Chapter 484, Leaving the Forbidden Area, 1. Chapter 484, Leaving the Forbidden Area, 1. The Forbidden Area is about to open. It's best if you don't let anyone know about this when you go out this time. If you want to live for 2 more years, you'd better be honest. If I find someone playing tricks, imagine it yourself. Li Lingtian said coldly as he glared at the 25 martial emperor powerhouses. Each of them was a supreme powerhouse and they were the favored sons of a clan or faction. He had never expected that he would actually lose his life this time, and it was in the hands of a martial honor. This subordinate understands. Everyone answered respectfully without any hesitation. They recalled how a 7th Heaven martial emperor was killed instantly after hesitating for a moment. They were all afraid of Li Lingtian's methods. He was merciless and would not give anyone a chance. Li Lingtian ignored them and sat down to meditate. Naturally, they did not know that Li Lingtian had guards and other people with him as they had already entered the Divine Dragon Ring. Time passed in the blink of an eye in front of martial artists. 3 days passed, and the world changed. The sky was gray. As if it was the end of the world, the earth began to tremble. Lightning bolts and thunder sounded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A suction force appeared in the air. None of the martial artists resisted at all, allowing this suction force to pull them. This was because this was a magical teleportation. It was a comprehensive teleportation that teleported all the martial artists in the forbidden area out, as long as they were not dead. Even though Li Lingtian did not put up any resistance, the vital essence in his body was constantly circulating. If anything went wrong, he would immediately put up a defense. However, what they were worried about did not happen. With the sound of thunder, everyone entered the clouds in the sky. A strange rotation appeared again, and everyone's eyes lit up. The place where he appeared was the square from last time, the square of the Heavenly River Temple. The 12 super martial monarch realm experts were holding spells in their hands. Their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had just used the array formation of a mighty figure to pull them out. Swoosh! A soft sound like a breeze was heard, but Li Lingtian noticed it. A scroll appeared out of thin air in the hands of one of the 8th Heaven martial monarch realm experts. The scroll rolled up quickly. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Everything depicted on this scroll was exactly the same as Shenyuan's sacred city. However, the picture on this scroll was incomplete. Could it be? Could it be that everything is in this scroll? Is the place we entered also in the scroll? Li Lingtian had a funny thought. Even though he did not believe it, he was still a little scared when he thought of this bizarre thought. If that was really the case, didn't they already enter the scroll? If anything happened, they would never be able to come out. Thinking of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart and immediately rejected this idea. It was very quiet in the square. The 12 super martial emperor powerhouses had left with pale faces. After the 12 martial emperor powerhouses left, another 8th level martial emperor powerhouse came out. He looked at everyone expressionlessly. Only one supreme realm expert who entered survived. Only half of the martial emperor realm experts were left. Moreover, 4 level 8 experts had died. Congratulations on your successful return. Follow me into the hall. Shenyuan Haoan nodded and said to the warriors present. After saying that, he walked into the hall. When all the experts heard that they were going to enter the main hall, they were extremely excited. Outsiders had never been able to enter the Heavenly River Temple. Even the super experts of the 4 great families could not enter the Heavenly River Temple. Without hesitation, Li Lingtian walked into the hall. Shenyuan Hao did not look behind him, but his divine sense noticed the situation behind him. The remaining Supreme Realm experts actually walked to the front, while the 25 super martial emperors were willing to fall behind. Moreover, it seemed as if he had deliberately walked behind that martial honor. All of this felt strange in Shenyuan Hao's heart. It was already heaven-defying for a Supreme Realm expert to come out. He did not expect these martial emperor experts to seem to be afraid of this Supreme Realm expert. Soon, everyone entered the hall. Li Lingtian strolled over with a relaxed expression on his face. He looked around without any restraint, as if he was walking freely in his own backyard. The entire hall could only be described as grand and majestic. There were 8 8th-level Martial Emperor Realm experts sitting in the main hall. An elder at the 9th-level Martial Emperor Realm sat on the main seat. These were the super experts of the Shenyuan family and the most important figures of the Shenyuan family. However, Li Lingtian's expression changed when he saw a person sitting below the main seat. At the same time, the person seemed to know that Li Lingtian was looking at her and turned to look at him. Shenyuan Yingying. Li Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect this girl to appear here. He did not want to meet her, but he had to. That's right. The person sitting in the first seat was only a woman with an ordinary cultivation base. However, this woman's status was very noble. Even the 8 8th-level martial emperors did not dare to sit behind her. Scoundrel, I actually encountered you. Let's see if you still want to hide this time. Shenyuan Yingying was overjoyed when she saw Li Lingtian. However, she was slightly infuriated when she recalled how Li Lingtian had escaped after being raped by him a year ago. She had searched for Li Lingtian many times over the past year, but she could not find him. She did not expect to see him here today. A smile appeared on her little face as she looked at Li Lingtian mischievously. Li Lingtian's heart trembled when he saw the smile. Although the little face was rather plain and could be considered a beauty, he knew that the true beauty behind the little face was absolutely stunning. The hall was extremely quiet. All the martial emperor powerhouses felt a sense of oppression when they entered. However, at this moment, a voice broke the oppressive atmosphere, causing everyone to almost fall to the ground. Hey, why aren't you running anymore? Shenyuan Yingying was infuriated when she saw Li Lingtian's natural act. She could behave herself outside, but this was her home. Naturally, she did not have to worry about anything. He stood up, placed his hands behind his back, and walked over with small steps. She walked up to Li Lingtian and spoke in a sweet voice with a smug expression on her face. She now understood that Li Lingtian had gone to the forbidden area. She did not expect him to come back so easily despite so many martial honors and martial emperors entering. It was not bad at all. When they saw Shenyuan Yingying's actions, they were stunned. When Shenyuan Yingying spoke again, they were all stunned. Even the 8 8th-level martial emperor realm experts present were stunned. Since when did Shenyuan Yingying know this supreme realm expert? It seemed like there was something going on between them. Yingying. Shenyuan Tianming, who was sitting on the main seat, saw Shenyuan Yingying's expression and quickly stopped her. He was worried that Shenyuan Yingying would do something else. Besides, he was in the middle of something serious, so he couldn't act recklessly. Grandpa, this guy ran away after bullying me. I want to find trouble with him. Shenyuan Yingying coquettishly looked at Shenyuan Tianming, who was seated at the head of the table, before turning to Li Lingtian with a sly smile on her face. Little girl, I bullied you. Oh my God, I'm innocent. God, you should just strike me with a bolt of lightning. Li Lingtian was feeling depressed. When did he bully her? All he did was touch her face. How could that be considered bullying? Besides, if this bullying was misunderstood by others, his innocence would be gone. He immediately cried out that he was wronged, and a bitter smile appeared on his face, as if he had suffered a great injustice. All the warriors present were stunned. Li Lingtian was actually so natural in this place. Moreover, he even called Shenyuan Yingying a little girl. This was a form of address that could only be used when they were very close. You're bullying me. Let's go out. I want to settle the score with you. Shenyuan Yingying tried to pull Li Lingtian out without any explanation. Li Lingtian was speechless. Wait, little girl. Can't you see that I'm doing something serious? Li Lingtian could feel the atmosphere in the main hall becoming tense. He quickly stopped Shenyuan Yingying. This little girl was from the Shenyuan family and he could not afford to offend her. After saying that, he looked at Shenyuan Tianming, who was sitting on the main seat, with a pleading look in his eyes. However, he did not expect Xianyuan Yingying to let go of him and quickly returned to her seat. She glared at Li Lingtian fiercely. This farce only lasted for a few seconds, but it caused the atmosphere in the hall to change several times. The 25 martial emperor powerhouses behind Li Lingtian were feeling depressed. Who was this person? He had even sought out the young Mississippi. It's your good fortune to be able to return safely. Take out the 5 colored spiritual pearls in your hands and rank them according to the number of 5 colored spiritual pearls. Xianyuan Tianming coughed, and all the martial monarch realm experts in the hall turned their gazes to him. Then, he spoke indifferently with an expectant look on his face. He wanted to see which faction had obtained the most 5 colored spiritual pearls. However, as soon as he finished speaking, all the martial emperor powerhouses looked depressed and embarrassed. I don't have any 5 colored spiritual pearls. I don't have any 5 colored spiritual pearls. I don't have any 5 colored spiritual pearls either. Instantly, many martial emperors spoke up. They did not have a single 5 colored spiritual pearl after Li Lingtian had used it. Not only did they not have a 5 colored spiritual pearl, they had all submitted to Li Lingtian. What? None of you have any 5 colored spiritual pearls? Where did the 5 colored spiritual pearl go? How is that possible? Don't tell me there isn't even one. What's going on? The super experts of the Xianyuan family were all stunned. How was this possible? So many experts had gone in, but not a single 5 colored spiritual pearl had been brought out. How was this possible? Naturally, they did not place their attention on Li Lingtian. None of the martial sovereigns who had come out alive had obtained the 5 colored spiritual pearl. As a martial honor, it was naturally impossible for him to obtain it. All of a sudden, the 8th level martial monarch realm experts and Xianyuan Tianming were stunned. They did not expect things to turn out like this. P.S. Those who wanted to add updates or saw that there were no updates, all of them joined the group chat. 315772906, one have to get recommendation votes and book reviews every day. Chapter 485, Xianyuan Tianming. Chapter 485, Xianyuan Tianming. The experts in the hall were all extremely surprised, and their faces revealed solemn expressions. They did not know what had happened in the Forbidden Land. Why did they not take out a single 5 colored spiritual pearl? Just as the Xianyuan family's martial emperor powerhouses were puzzled, Li Lingtian spoke. I'm lucky. The 5 colored spiritual pearl is with me. Li Lingtian said calmly with a faint smile on his face. The 25 supreme martial emperors behind him were speechless. What did they mean by luck? They had obviously snatched it from him. However, they were quite lucky as they were all injured by the white radiance. Li Lingtian was the only one who managed to enter without suffering any damage from the plaque's radiance. The 5 colored spirit pearl had also left on its own. On you? Do you have a 5 colored spiritual pearl? How many did you get? Xianyuan Tianming and the other martial emperor powerhouses were surprised. It was definitely luck that a martial supreme obtained a few 5 colored spiritual pearls. Otherwise, none of the martial emperors had obtained them, but the last martial supreme had obtained a 5 colored spiritual pearl. However, in their opinion, Li Lingtian had only obtained a few of them. A few 5 colored spiritual pearls would not be of much use. Naturally, the powerhouses of the Xianyuan family did not care too much. On the other hand, Xianyuan Yingying, who was standing at the side, revealed a smile. None of the martial emperors had obtained the 5 colored spiritual pearl, but Li Lingtian, a martial honor, had obtained it. She felt happy and proud for Li Lingtian. However, she pouted her lips and muttered to herself. She was clearly looking for trouble with Li Lingtian, yet she felt happy for him. At the thought of this, she snorted in her heart. I got 99. Naturally, Li Lingtian noticed the Xianyuan family's powerhouse's expression, but he did not mind. With a flick of his divine perception, 99 5 colored spiritual pearls appeared in the hall. However, the 99 five-colored spiritual pearls revolved around Li Lingtian with him at the center. 99 five-colored spiritual pearls. You got 99 pills alone? It really is 99. How did you manage to find all the five-colored spiritual pearls by yourself? What's going on? All of you can leave now. We'll inform you of the results later. The experts of the Shenyuan family could no longer sit still and were all shocked. Shenyuan Yingying was also extremely surprised. She knew that there were a total of 99 five-colored spiritual pearls in the forbidden area. She did not expect Li Lingtian to be the only one who had obtained the five-colored spiritual pearl despite not having obtained a single one among the powerhouses. Naturally, she did not think that all the spiritual pearls were waiting for Li Lingtian in one place. There must be a lot of stories behind this. Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on his face. The other martial emperor powerhouses were shocked and could not believe their eyes. However, there were indeed 99 five-colored spiritual pearls around Li Lingtian. At once, Shenyuan Tianming knew what was going on. He quickly ordered the other 25 martial emperor powerhouses to retreat and leave Li Lingtian behind. The 25 martial monarch realm experts could only leave the Heavenly River Temple respectfully. Their expressions were calm, but they were a little busy in their hearts. They were at a loss as to how they would walk in the future. Li Lingtian was the only one standing proudly in the main hall. Shenyuan Tianming and a few other supreme powerhouses were staring at Li Lingtian. The martial emperor's fierce gaze would have been too much for any other supreme powerhouse to handle when faced with so many supreme martial emperors. However, Li Lingtian did not show the slightest discomfort on his face. Instead, he looked calm and composed. How did you get 99 five-colored spiritual pearls? Shenyuan Tianming finally spoke. He was shocked. This supreme realm expert in front of him did not waver at all under their pressure. This powerful confidence and calmness shocked him. Does everyone have to tell us the process of obtaining the five-colored spiritual pearl? Li Lingtian replied indifferently. He was displeased by someone's superior questioning. According to his principles, he would return the favor. No. You're just a martial honor. How did you get 99 five-colored spiritual pearls in front of so many martial sovereigns? You won't say that they gave it to you on their own accord? Shenyuan Tianming was stunned. He did not expect this revered martial artist to actually dare to ask him a question. Moreover, his tone was obviously unconvinced. For so many years, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Not to mention a supreme realm expert, even a martial emperor realm expert did not dare to speak to him like this. However, he was being countered by a supreme realm expert today. However, he was not angry. Instead, he was curious. His granddaughter seemed to have a relationship with this young man, and they were very close. He was well aware of his granddaughter's personality. She had never had any friends and had never interacted with a man. However, judging from her current behavior, even though she was looking for trouble with Li Lingtian, he could tell that she had taken a liking to this revered martial artist or was curious about him. At this moment, no matter which aspect he looked at, he had no intention of getting angry. His tone was much calmer because he knew that the young man in front of him was arrogant. The true arrogance was the arrogance of self-confidence. It was the arrogance that showed no fear in the face of a powerful martial monarch. Realm expert. Otherwise, they would not have found all the five-colored spiritual pearls in the forbidden area. Moreover, the other martial emperor powerhouses must have known that Ling Tian had 99 five-colored spiritual pearls. However, why did they not kill Li Lingtian and take the five-colored spiritual pearls away? That's right. They did take out the five-colored spiritual pearl of their own accord. Moreover, I'm afraid I won't be giving you this five-colored spiritual pearl because I've already refined it. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as he spoke at a moderate pace. As he finished speaking, a glint flashed across his eyes. The five-colored spirit pearl spun rapidly and formed a magical formation. The 9 heavenly stars was unleashed once again. Although Li Lingtian could not control it, he had to fight for it. He did not want to lose these 5-colored spiritual pearls. This was a powerful technique that he had obtained. Naturally, he would not lose it so easily. 9 heaven stars. It really is the stars in the 9 heavens. You control the 9 heavenly stars. All the martial emperors were stunned by Li Lingtian's words. The 5-colored spiritual pearl belonged to the Shenyuan family. The forbidden area was opened for the sake of the 5-colored spiritual pearl. Now that Li Lingtian had obtained it, he did not want to take it out. All of them were filled with killing intent. However, before they could get angry, they saw everything before Li Lingtian and felt a supreme destructive presence. Even the martial emperor powerhouses felt a slight tremble in front of this destruction. They did not have the slightest confidence to survive in the face of this destruction. In his consciousness, he didn't even have the heart to resist. At the same time, the few supreme martial emperor powerhouses recognized the almighty skill that Li Lingtian had cast. It was the legendary 9 stars in the sky. Yes. Li Lingtian did not dare to continue as he would get hurt if he did. With a flick of his soul consciousness, the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls disappeared, along with the 9 stars in the sky. At once, the hall fell silent. The silence that could be heard when a pin dropped made the atmosphere in the hall feel stifling. Li Lingtian did not make a single move from the beginning to the end, and his expression did not change at all. However, he circulated his true essence to the limit and a true spirit pearl appeared in his hand. As long as the other party had the slightest killing intent, he would leave. If he couldn't leave, he could only destroy this place. At this moment, Shenyuan Yingying opened her mouth in surprise. She looked like a spoiled child. "Grandpa, why do you always bully him? I want to find trouble with him." "Don't bully him." Shenyuan Yingying's voice broke the silence. Li Lingtian's face flashed with a smile but his eyes were still fixed on Shenyuan Tianming. He had a good impression of Shenyuan Yingying. After all, she was still speaking up for him at this time. Although she seemed to want to find trouble with him, he understood that this little girl just wanted to mess with him once. She was just a little mischievous. "We can't make the decision on this matter. Follow me." Shenyuan Tianming looked at Shenyuan Yingying and sighed. He did not expect the Shenyuan family's hope to be on Li Lingtian. He did not know whether he was happy or worried, but this matter was already out of his control. With that, he stood up and walked towards the stone door of the hall. "I'll go too." Shenyuan Yingying was the first to speak as she glanced at Li Lingtian. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian strode toward the stone door without hesitation. This action immediately stunned all the super martial monarch realm experts. Under such circumstances, this young man actually did not have a trace of fear. Was he not afraid that the Shenyuan family would plot against him? This young man was still simple-minded, but he quickly rejected this idea. This young man's scheming and cultivation were extremely terrifying. Naturally, he had thought of many things. However, he dared to go in because he was very confident. Moreover, he needed a kind of courage that made people feel ashamed of themselves. "Hey, you bullied me last time. What do you think we should do? Don't tell me that you want to end things like this just by giving me a vermilion fruit." Shenyuan Tianming walked in front while Li Lingtian and Shenyuan Yingying followed him side by side. Neither of them spoke a word. Shenyuan Tianming was surprised and valued this young man even more. It was the first time in his life that he had seen someone with such courage and strength. Seeing that Li Lingtian was silent, Shenyuan Yingying spoke first. He sounded like he was interrogating her, but no matter how one listened to his tone, it didn't sound like he was interrogating her. Instead, it sounded like he was teasing her. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not take it as a tease. He was only amused by Shenyuan Yingying's mischievous behavior. Didn't he know that he was teasing her? He was the one who touched her last time, and he was still saying it now. "Little girl, what do you want? I just touched you. I only treat you as my sister. I'm used to it. Don't tell me you want to marry me." Li Lingtian paused for a moment as he looked aggrieved. Then, he started to walk forward, causing Shenyuan Yingying to be stunned on the spot. Chapter 486, Martial Saint Realm Expert. Chapter 486, Martial Saint Realm Expert. What did you say? Give yourself to me. Are you kidding me? Look at you. You're feeling wronged. I'm the one who's feeling wronged, okay? I heard that you're a saint alchemist and you're so powerful. Why don't you give me some pills and see if I like them? You can comfort me for the time being. I'll settle the score with you in the future. Shenyuan Yingying quickly chased after him. She pouted and looked surprised. Seeing Li Lingtian's aggrieved look, he was instantly infuriated. He was at a disadvantage, yet the person who took advantage of him still pretended to be wronged. Was there any justice in this world? Pills. That's fine. Little girl, don't always say that I'm bullying you. It's not fun if others misunderstand. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and took out 2 jade bottles. He handed them to Shenyuan Yingying. Her fair and tender hands were so smooth that it made one's heart skip a beat. Li Lingtian quickly averted his gaze and walked forward. He didn't stop. With a flash, he appeared behind Shenyuan Tianming. At this time, Shenyuan Tianming had already arrived in an empty hall. There was nothing in the hall, but Shenyuan Tianming had a serious and respectful expression on his face. He glanced at Li Lingtian. He had witnessed everything that happened between Li Lingtian and Shenyuan Yingying. He was puzzled as to when his granddaughter had gotten involved with this young man. It seemed that this young man was still avoiding Shenyuan Yingying. Not many people knew Shenyuan Yingying's identity. Even if she wore a mask, she was still a little beauty. The young man was really curious as he hid like this. This is not bad. They really refined peerless medicinal pills. Why is there only one peerless great recovery pill? At that moment, Shenyuan Yingying caught up to him and asked Li Lingtian with a pout. She also looked through the medicinal pills in the jade bottles. One of the jade bottles was a 6th grade cleansing dust pill, which was naturally a peerless medicinal pill. The other jade bottle was a level 7 great recovery pill, and it was also a peerless one. There was a trace of purple light on it, and it looked extremely mysterious. However, there was only one pill in this jade bottle, which made Shenyuan Yingying feel dissatisfied. Shenyuan Tianming was speechless when he heard this. A peerless grade 6 pill could not be found in the divine martial continent, let alone a grade 7 mutated peerless grade great cyclic pill. Although he also wanted it, it was not a good time to ask. The grade 6 cleansing pill was a peerless pill. Even he, a 9th level martial emperor, had never used it. Usually, he would only obtain high-grade grade 6 pills. Occasionally, he would obtain grade 7 pills. Now, all the pills of this young man in front of him were peerless. Even if he had heard this news in the past, he was still shocked to see this young man with his own eyes. After a while, he slowly closed his eyes, as if he had entered a state of emptiness. Seconds passed. Shenyuan Yingying was behaving herself for the first time. Come in. A faint voice rang out in the hall. The voice was ethereal, and one could only know that it was a man's voice. Moreover, this voice carried supreme majesty, as if it was a divine decree issued by a god. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the voice. Shenyuan Tianming was already a 9th level martial emperor, yet he was so respectful when he came to this place. Furthermore, he had to use a mysterious secret technique to transmit his voice before he could receive permission. Could it be that there was someone more powerful than Shenyuan Tianming? If that was the case, that person would be the legendary martial saint. What kind of concept was a martial saint? He was an invincible existence, like a high and mighty god. He had seen the divine wind martial saint before, and martial saint Huangfu Yuyan was his woman. Both of them were martial saints, but when he saw them, they were just ordinary warriors. Their cultivation had disappeared, so they could not be considered martial saints. In other words, he had never seen a true martial saint powerhouse. In front of a supreme realm expert, a martial saint was like a god compared to a mortal. Everyone below the martial saint realm was an ant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Cece, Cece. Xianyuan Tianming received permission and immediately cast a spell. When he cast the spell, he also cast a chant. There was a faint sound in the air. Without an array altar or a teleportation formation, Li Lingtian stared at the hall, hoping to find some clues. Stop looking. No one can enter here, and there's no teleportation array. Although Xianyuan Yingying was mischievous, she was smart enough to see through anyone's expression and thoughts. Li Lingtian was shocked. This little girl was not simple. Her cultivation was nothing, but her intelligent mind and foresight were frightening. Nothing could be hidden from her. Whoosh! In the hall, a five-colored light appeared out of thin air. This five-colored light was exactly the same as the one in the Forbidden Ruins. Li Lingtian felt a sense of familiarity as the five-colored radiance surged toward him. Don't circulate your true qi. Xianyuan Tianming was extremely shocked when he realized this. If the five-colored immortal qi he had gathered with great difficulty was absorbed by this young man, the Xianyuan family would be finished. At the same time, they were shocked by Li Lingtian's mysterious cultivation base that allowed the five-colored immortal qi to approach him. Li Lingtian quickly retracted his true essence and unleashed the true dragon's qi. This way, the five-colored immortal spirit qi finally calmed down. At that moment, the immortal spirit qi disappeared. Li Lingtian was shocked. The three of them did not move at all, but the place where they appeared was different. This shocked him. With his cultivation and divine sense, he actually didn't discover anything. He had clearly not moved, and the entire hall had not moved either, but he had actually moved out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was in the same spacious hall. However, this hall was several times smaller than the one he had seen before. There were also a few more things inside. They were statues. Li Lingtian had no impression of these statues at all. They looked like statues of ordinary warriors. Xianyuan Tianming didn't stop. He walked straight into a passageway. At the end of the passageway was a rather large stone room. Come in. The voice came from the stone room. This was a supreme pressure, like a divine decree, making people unable to resist. The three of them walked toward the stone chamber. The moment they entered the stone chamber, Li Lingtian felt as if his entire body had entered another world. A heavenly might pressed down on him. The faint heavenly might shocked Li Lingtian. Four white-haired old men appeared in front of him. There was no aura from the old men, and they were like statues. Tianming greets the four ancestors. Yingying pays her respects to the ancestor. Xianyuan Tianming bowed respectfully. Xianyuan Yingying was also extremely respectful, but she still had a mischievous smile on her face, as if she was very familiar with the four elders. Li Lingtian greets the four seniors. Li Lingtian bowed as well. The person before him was a true powerhouse, not some useless martial supreme. Naturally, these four powerhouses deserved the respect of others. It was the same in front of Li Lingtian as well. However, that was before Li Lingtian sensed any hostility or disdain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so respectful. In his opinion, even if others looked down on him, he didn't have to be respectful. Even if the other party was an expert, if they were hostile to him, they were naturally enemies. If he were to be respectful to an enemy, he would be asking for trouble. Yes. Not bad, not bad. The old man in the lead opened his eyes. There was no pressure or aura from him, but he gave off a supreme heavenly might. It was like a true god hiding his aura, and mortals could not reach him. Sometimes, a true expert did not need pressure or aura. He could destroy everything with his temperament and a kind of Tao intent that returned to its original state. The old man nodded in satisfaction at Li Lingtian and said, "Not bad," twice in a row. "You're Li Lingtian. We have all seen what happened to you. Not bad, kid. I've lived for 5,000 years, but this is the first time I've seen a little fellow like you." At this moment, the other three old men also opened their eyes. They also had no aura on them, and they were no different from ordinary old men. They did not give Li Lingtian any pressure, but Li Lingtian could feel the endless pressure. He understood that the four elders might not seem to pose any threat at the moment, but when it came to killing him, they could kill him with a single thought. Li Lingtian was shocked when he heard the last elder's words. 5,000 years? It was said that even martial saints could only live for 1,000 years, and martial gods could only live for 2,000 years. In the divine martial continent, there were still people who could live for 5,000 years. Was this not a joke? However, he immediately understood that the other party would not joke around with him, and there was no need for that. Acting tough was only for a moment, being awesome was eternal. The few old fellows were in this place and didn't go out. Naturally, they wouldn't pretend to be anything, nor would they pretend to be anything with a small ant-like figure like you. Then what do the four seniors plan to do? Li Lingtian asked as he calmed himself down. He glanced at the huge crystal stone across from him intentionally or unintentionally. There was nothing inside the crystal stone. It was a complete blank. He could imagine that this crystal stone should be able to see everything in the forbidden area. The other party would also be able to know everything about him. Right now, he only wanted to know the decision of these four elders. The forbidden area belongs to the Xian Yuan clan. There are secrets of the Xian Yuan clan inside. It's also the most crucial secret for the Xian Yuan clan to return to the upper realm. You know the secret inside, and you also obtained the 5-colored spiritual pearl. You only have two options. The old man in the lead looked at Li Lingtian indifferently as if he was saying something very normal. His tone was very calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that since the other party dared to reveal the Shenyuan family's secret to him, he was confident that he had everything under control. "Senior, please speak." Li Lingtian's expression remained calm and collected. He roughly understood that there were two paths. One was naturally a dead end, and the other was to obey the other party. He only needed to know which path the other party was taking and whether he could withstand it or not, and whether it had exceeded his bottom line. Chapter 487, Shenyuan Family's Condition. Chapter 487, Shenyuan Family's Condition. There are two paths. You should know one of them. The other condition is that you become a member of the Shenyuan family and bear this responsibility for the Shenyuan family. The Shenyuan family doesn't need you to change your name. You just have to agree to join the Shenyuan family and abide by the rules of the Shenyuan family. You're a smart person, and I don't want to put pressure on you. You've obtained the 5-colored spiritual pearl and achieved the 5 elements peak. We can destroy you and transfer your 5 elements, but there's a risk. The Shenyuan family doesn't want to take that risk. At this time, there's no need to hide. The elderly leader looked at Li Lingtian and was satisfied with the young man before him. However, for the sake of the Shenyuan family, he had to place all his interests on the Shenyuan family's side. He spoke at a moderate pace, his gaze seemingly trying to read Li Lingtian's mind. What benefits do I get? There was a faint smile on Li Lingtian's face. Naturally, he knew that the other party was telling the truth and there was no need for him to lie. The other party didn't want to eliminate him because if he did, the Shenyuan family would have to take the risk of transferring the 5 elements. In other words, the Shenyuan family was passive, but they could still destroy him. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat after hearing that. He respected the old man before him since he had spoken frankly and was not hiding anything. At least he didn't dislike such a person. After all, he wouldn't be hypocritical. Benefits? The 4 old men laughed. They did not expect this young man to be so calm and composed at this moment. Shenyuan Yingying and Shenyuan Tianming watched from the side. Shenyuan Yingying glared at Li Lingtian with disdain. Of course, there are benefits. Although the Shenyuan family has never moved around the divine martial continent, there are not many people who dare to provoke the Shenyuan family. The people of the Shenyuan family don't provoke trouble, and they don't fear people. You only have 4 of the 5 elements of will, right? We can help you reach perfection. For the sake of the Shenyuan family, we will not treat you unfairly. Besides, you are a member of the Shenyuan family, so you have to be responsible for the Shenyuan family. Also, we'll betroth this little girl to you. The elderly leader looked at Li Lingtian. Naturally, he knew that Li Lingtian had agreed to become a member of the Shenyuan family. Naturally, they did not think that Li Lingtian was doing it for the Shenyuan family's influence. This was because they had dug up everything about Li Lingtian. A person like him would not rely on a powerful faction, nor would he depend on others, nor would he be restrained by others. However, they knew that Li Lingtian would be moved by the wood element Tao intent and the little girl as well. After all, the little girl was a stunning beauty. Her status was even more noble. These 2 qualities were enough to tempt Li Lingtian. When Li Lingtian left the forbidden area, they knew that 4 of the 5 elemental Tao wills had been obtained by one person. Although they were shocked and did not believe it, the result was real. When they encountered such a thing, they knew that this was heaven's will. Otherwise, the will of the 5 elements would not have been obtained by one person. Moreover, the 5-colored spiritual pearl had also been gathered. All of this had happened to one person. If this person was really destroyed, the hope of the Shenyuan family would be completely destroyed. If he destroyed this person, he would also destroy heaven's will. Heaven's will was irreversible. Therefore, they had made a decision early on. At the very least, they would not let this person become the enemy of the Shenyuan family. As long as he was not an enemy, they could trade with each other. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. Moreover, he was extremely satisfied with this young man. Wood elemental will? Do you have the wood elemental Tao intent? Seniors, this junior is very interested in the wood elemental will of the great path, but as for this little girl, please don't torture me. Li Lingtian was extremely surprised. He had searched the forbidden land for half a year but could not find the wood element Tao intent. He did not expect that the wood element Tao intent was in the hands of several powerhouses and not in the forbidden land. He was very interested in the wood elemental will of the great path, but he could not afford to offend this little girl. Becoming a member of the Shenyuan clan was nothing. In his heart, the Shenyuan clan was an ancient mighty figure, a hero of mankind, and an existence similar to the ancestors of mankind in his previous life. All the surnames below Shenyuan were related to Shenyuan. So what if they were called Shenyuan Lingtian? However, he would not agree to change his surname to something else. In his heart, the surname Shenyuan was the first surname of humans. Moreover, the Shenyuan family did not want him to change his name, which was even better. He wanted to become a member of the Shenyuan clan, but he did not want to provoke this little girl. He could become a member of the Shenyuan clan in the Divine Martial Continent, but once the Shenyuan clan reached the upper realm, it would no longer have anything to do with him. Naturally, there was no need for him to have anything to do with this little girl. What? What? What is it? You bastard, I haven't settled the score with you for bullying me. You bastard, you're still like this now. You don't agree? I still don't agree. Shenyuan Tianming and the 4 white-haired elders were all extremely surprised. They didn't expect this young man to reject such a good offer. Shenyuan Yingying was stunned and instantly became furious. She had not even settled the score with him, but this guy actually refused. Even if the ancestor was joking, she could not refuse. Even if it was true, she would have rejected it. She did not expect this guy to reject it first. What face would she have left? Immediately, a rebellious feeling appeared in her heart as she glared at Li Lingtian. Kid, this little girl is very pretty. She's only wearing a mask now. If she takes off the mask, I'll see if you're not tempted. Little girl, take off your mask. The elderly leader pondered for a moment. He thought that Li Lingtian had rejected Shenyuan Yingying because he saw that she was not a beauty that could topple a nation. If he removed his mask and revealed his true peerless appearance, he would definitely be able to amaze this young man. Ancestor, what else do you want? This guy has seen my true appearance and is bullying me. Shenyuan Yingying looked at the four ancestors' compatible expressions. She must have known that the four ancestors wanted Li Lingtian to show an amazed expression. Shenyuan Yingying was even more annoyed by this. Not only did the few elders not notice Li Lingtian's stunned expression, but they also allowed Li Lingtian to gain an advantage in this matter. In her heart, she had already thought of Li Lingtian laughing to himself. She could not help but stare at him again. What is it? Has he seen your true face? Kid, you don't like our little girl? Could it be you? The old man in the lead was shocked. His little girl's appearance was definitely enough to drive everyone in the divine martial continent crazy. No one could compare to her. He didn't expect this kid to reject Shenyuan Yingying after seeing her real appearance. Suddenly, he thought of something. Could it be that this young man had another orientation? Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. I'm very normal. I have a few wives. I can't afford to offend this little girl. Li Lingtian's face darkened. He was speechless that a few powerhouses had such an opinion. Did you bully her? The old man in the lead was stunned. He could not understand either. Such a beautiful little girl was actually rejected. However, Li Lingtian did not want to get entangled with Shenyuan Yingying in case he got into a conflict with the Shenyuan family. Such a person was honest and straightforward. He did not want to lie, was not hypocritical, and was straightforward. This made him even more satisfied with this young man's character, and the smile on his face became even wider. No, I have a younger sister who is as beautiful as her and has a similar personality. I treated her as my younger sister for a moment. I just touched her face and she made me hide. Li Lingtian was feeling depressed. He was really thought to be the one who bullied Shenyuan Yingying. The bullying had to depend on the other party. It was not good to be misunderstood. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I don't want to get involved in the matters of the two of you. You promised to become a member of the Shenyuan family, so you have to take responsibility for the Shenyuan family and work hard for the glory of the Shenyuan family. We don't know the secrets of the 9 heaven stars either. Tell me, what did you encounter in Shenyuan Sacred City? The old man in the lead paused for a moment and changed the topic. He did not want to talk about this matter anymore. He then looked at Li Lingtian. Even though he was asking, he did not look overbearing. I obtained 4 Dao wills in the Forbidden Land and entered Shenyuan Sacred City. I formed the 9 heaven stars and my cultivation level increased. Li Lingtian did not hide anything as there was no need to hide anything at this point. Therefore, he told her some of the things he had encountered in the forbidden area. There were no secrets in there, so he told her everything. In front of such a person, hiding was a stupid thing. The 4 elders, Shenyuan Yingying and Shenyuan Tianming, were astonished when they heard what had happened to Li Lingtian in the Forbidden Land. A Supreme Realm expert actually swept through everything inside. It was really unimaginable. In the end, when they heard that Li Lingtian had obtained the 9 heavenly stars and the Shenong Cauldron, they were shocked. It seemed that the secret of Shenyuan's sacred city was already with Li Lingtian. It was in Li Lingtian's Shenong Cauldron and Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. 9 heaven stars, Shenong Cauldron, Emperor Xuanyuan's statue, Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron, Immortal Qi. The 4 old men muttered to themselves. These were the most magical things inside. In an instant, the entire stone room fell silent. It was unknown what the 4 elders were thinking, or perhaps they were digesting everything that Li Lingtian had encountered. You guys go back first. Tianming, pass the spell to him. Let him familiarize himself with the matters of the Shenyuan family and pay respects to his ancestors. After settling down, come here alone and comprehend the wood elemental will of the Great Path. You must be clear about some things in the Shenyuan family. After a long moment of silence, the elderly leader gave Shenyuan Tianming an order before he turned to Li Lingtian and spoke in a serious tone. They had to digest this matter while Li Lingtian considered it seriously. After saying that, he waved his hand and signaled the 3 of them to leave. Chapter 488, Divine Moon Palace. Chapter 488, Divine Moon Palace. Soon, Li Lingtian and the other two returned to the main hall. Ling Tian, you're already a member of the Shenyuan family, so you have to take on the responsibilities of the Shenyuan family. You should go and rest. First. Oh right, don't stay outside anymore. Yingying, bring Ling Tian to the Mystic Moon Palace. That place will be yours in the future. I'll tell you about the Shenyuan family in 2 days. In the hall, the other powerhouses had already left. Shenyuan Tianming looked at Li Lingtian and spoke seriously. The way he looked at Li Lingtian now was very calm. There was not a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Instead, it was as if they were a family. Although he was still somewhat unwilling to believe it, he had nothing to say since the 4 ancestors had already made arrangements. After all, it was for the sake of the Shenyuan family. Ling Tian understands. Li Lingtian nodded. He did not expect things to turn out this way. He had originally planned to use his own strength to erode the Tianhe region, but now, that was not the case at all. He did not expect that his accelerated pace would also take another path. Becoming a member of the Shenyuan family meant that he was at the peak of the Tianhe district. He no longer needed to climb up slowly. Seeing the strength of the Shenyuan family, he felt lucky. If he had really fought against the Tianhe zone, the 4 elders would have easily eliminated him. After Shenyuan Tianming finished speaking, he turned around and left. As if he knew what was going to happen next, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Scoundrel, you bullied me and pretended to be wronged. Are you still a man? Let me ask you, are we friends? Shenyuan Tianming asked as soon as he left. He pulled his earring with one hand and the mask disappeared, revealing a stunning face. Her small face was exquisite and smooth. It was definitely a masterpiece of the heavens. It would be strange if Li Lingtian was not tempted, but he was not in the mood to provoke this little girl. We can be considered friends, but as friends, you have to act like one. As Li Lingtian spoke, it was naturally impossible for him to run away now. What do you mean by friends? If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. You've seen my real appearance and even bullied me. Are you going to let it go just like that? Shenyuan Yingying was furious. She clearly knew that the other party was playing dumb, but she had no choice. We are friends, but don't say that I bullied you. I was misunderstood by others. Li Lingtian was speechless as well. He could only nod. Am I not beautiful? Shenyuan Yingying smiled inwardly when she saw Li Lingtian nodding his head in acknowledgement. She was suddenly reminded of how he had rejected her in front of a few elders in the secret chamber. Moreover, she was upset when she heard Li Lingtian mention how many wives he had. She did not believe that there was anyone prettier than her. Beautiful. Of course, it's beautiful. Even if I'm pretty, you have to bring me to a place to stay. You won't make me stand here, right? I'm a little tired. Li Lingtian nodded. Shenyuan Yingying was definitely one of the most beautiful people he had ever seen. She was on par with Tang Zimeng, Tang Qingyue, and Ji Shun Mei Huang Fuyuyan, Little White, and Qingling were all peerless beauties. However, they lacked the unique temperament of Ji Yi and Shenyuan Yingying. That temperament was mysterious and ethereal. It was inborn, just like the temperament of the divine maidens of the 9 heavens. By the way, I want to see what your wife looks like. A playboy with a few wives, humph. Shenyuan Yingying did not pester him. Instead, she led Li Lingtian to the back of the Shenyuan ceremony. After passing through a few passages, they arrived at a rather large mountain peak. The spiritual energy on the mountain peak was dense. It was a completely different small world. A palace that wasn't small stood tall. It wasn't imposing, but it was ancient and otherworldly. This is the Divine Moon Palace. This is the token. Xianyuan Yingying and her companion came to the front of the Mystic Moon Palace and took out a jade pendant. The two halves of the jade pendant were joined together before they handed the other half to Li Lingtian. The remaining half had a thin red line on it. He put it into his neck and dropped it in front of his chest. Li Lingtian was instantly depressed. This was too erotic. This jade pendant was actually the accessory that Xianyuan Yingying wore on her chest. There was still a trace of warmth on it. It was obviously Xianyuan Yingying's body temperature. However, he didn't understand why this token was with Xianyuan Yingying. It seemed that there were only 2 jade pendants, and they were also kept on Xianyuan Yingying. It was definitely not simple to make it look so precious. What are you looking at? Xianyuan Yingying blushed when she saw Li Lingtian staring at her. However, she was not angry. She was always wearing a mask because she did not want others to see her true appearance. Now that Li Lingtian had seen her face, he was even staring at her breasts. If it was anyone else, they would have long been filled with killing intent. This was also due to her preconceived notions. When Li Lingtian first met her, he had given her a shock. Following that, Li Lingtian had seen her face and was molested by him. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had even escaped. This was human nature. Even though she kept saying that she wanted to cause trouble for Li Lingtian, it was just a girl's excuse. She did not hate Li Lingtian at all. Otherwise, Li Lingtian would have died 100 times over. Today, in the secret chamber, the Grand Madam wanted to marry her to Li Lingtian. Although she was rejected, she did not resist Li Lingtian at all. What's so good about a little girl? Li Lingtian came to his senses. He was not looking at anything at all. He was just thinking about something and did not notice that he was looking at Xianyuan Yingying's sanctuary. I'm not a little girl. Remember this. When Xianyuan Yingying heard Li Lingtian's words, it was obvious that he was implying that she was young. She was indignant. Li Lingtian was also 21 years old while she was 19 years old. She was not young at all. Furthermore, she could sense the meaning behind Li Lingtian's words. She was not convinced and puffed out her chest as if to prove herself to Li Lingtian. It's not small. You have the capital. Li Lingtian did not mind looking at it again. He was surprised to see that this little girl was not any weaker than Huangfu Yuyan and the others. With that said, he reached out for the jade pendant in his hand and a ray of light appeared. The light then resonated with the restriction in front of the Divine Moon Palace. The restriction was activated and Li Lingtian hurried in. Damn it, pervert. Xianyuan Yingying was taken aback by Li Lingtian's actions and words. Her face immediately turned red. Seeing that Li Lingtian had gone in, he quickly went in as well. He wanted to cause Li Lingtian trouble but he did not know how to start. Besides, he had been asking for it all along. After entering the Mystic Moon Palace, Li Lingtian began to take a look around. The place was quiet and secluded, making it a paradise. Moreover, the place was exquisitely decorated. Being able to cultivate in such a place was a complete pleasure. He didn't expect that other than a small world, there was such a perfect place to live. Oh right, why is this token on you? Li Lingtian turned around and looked at Xianyuan Yingying as he asked in confusion. He would not ask in front of others but he had no qualms in front of the little girl Xianyuan Yingying. After he finished asking, he also felt puzzled. He actually acted so casually in front of this girl. It was really a little inexplicable. The Divine Moon Palace and the Immortal Moon Palace are together. I live on the other side. Moreover, the Divine Moon Palace and the Immortal Moon Palace were originally mine, so the token is with me. After Xianyuan Yingying finished speaking, she subconsciously looked at herself. She could not help but blush when she recalled the way Li Lingtian looked at her. Fortunately, Li Lingtian was not looking at her. Instead, he was looking at the surrounding scenery. This Divine Moon Palace was very spacious. It was like a palace with a dozen or so pavilions inside. The entire area was 10 miles in circumference, and even if there were more than 100 people living inside, it would still seem deserted. However, they were all experts. Naturally, they did not care if it was lively or not. On the contrary, they preferred peace and quiet. This was suitable for cultivation. After sizing up the mystic moon palace, Li Lingtian was satisfied with the place. However, it was a little awkward. Since this place belonged to Xianyuan Yingying, it was obvious that Xianyuan Tianming had arranged for Li Lingtian to stay here on purpose. Alright, I'm going to rest. Can you leave now? Li Lingtian looked at Xianyuan Yingying. Since he was living in this place, he did not want to be disturbed by outsiders. Although Xianyuan Yingying was no longer an outsider, she felt unfamiliar. It would be inconvenient for him to stay here. Are you chasing me away? I want to see how your wives are doing. As a friend, I have to keep an eye on them. When Xianyuan Yingying spoke, she spoke in a righteous manner as if she was very familiar with Li Lingtian and was even helping him to check on him. Alright, watch your words. Li Lingtian had no choice but to let Xianyuan Yingying stay behind temporarily. She would probably leave after meeting Tang Qingyue and the rest. When he spoke, he did not hold back at all. Of course, I understand. Xianyuan Yingying did not find Li Lingtian's tone odd. She was just used to it. They had only met twice, but she was already used to Li Lingtian's attitude towards her and did not find it inappropriate. Li Lingtian did not say anything. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness and the space trembled slightly. Huangfu Yuyan and the others appeared before Li Lingtian. Immediately, a fragrant wind blew over. All of them were beautiful women who could topple a country. Their peerless charm made all the men in the world go crazy. Big brother. Husband. Lingtian, where is this place? Are we still in the forbidden area? This place is so beautiful. After the girls came out, they looked at the surroundings and were instantly shocked. Their faces revealed curious expressions. He didn't notice that there was a young girl standing not far away, and she was a peerless goddess-like existence. All their attention was focused on Li Lingtian. Xianyuan Yingying had been paying attention to Li Lingtian's movements. She was jealous when she saw the few peerless beauties who were not inferior to her. She did not expect him to be surrounded by beauties. No wonder he did not care about her. Young master, who is she? Qing Ling was the first to notice Xianyuan Yingying. When she saw Xianyuan Yingying's graceful bearing and beauty, she was shocked. Such a beautiful girl was on par with Ge. She asked Li Lingtian curiously. Chapter 489, Chapter 488 Seeking a monthly vote. Chapter 489, Chapter 488 Seeking a monthly vote. Xianyuan Yingying. Li Lingtian had only mentioned Xianyuan Yingying's name. It was funny that he did not know Xianyuan Yingying's true identity. He did not expect to be pestered by this little girl. Hello, my name is Xianyuan Yingying. I'm this guy's friend. By the way, your name should be Li Lingtian, right? Xianyuan Yingying walked up to Li Lingtian gracefully and greeted the other girls. However, her words nearly made Li Lingtian stagger. Even after a long time, Xianyuan Yingying was still not sure if his name was Li Lingtian. What was going on? So she was the same as him. She didn't know Xianyuan Yingying's identity. Tang Qingyue and the others looked at Xianyuan Yingying and were shocked. They didn't expect that there was someone else in this world who was so beautiful besides Ge. What was even funnier was that Xianyuan Yingying did not even know Li Lingtian's name, yet she treated him as a friend. Such a beautiful girl was really careless. My name is Tang Qingyue. My name is Huangfu Yuyan. My name is Shun Mei. Chapter 490, Joining Xianyuan. Chapter 490, Joining Xianyuan. Li Lingtian rested in the Divine Moon Palace for a few days to familiarize himself with the place. For the past few days, the little girl, Xianyuan Yingying, had been hanging out with Huangfu Yuyan all day. Apart from returning to the Celestial Moon Palace at night, she was almost always with Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian felt helpless and could only cultivate speechlessly. Apart from cultivating, he would also study the spell Shenyuan Tianming had given him, which was also the spell to enter the secret chamber. According to Shenyuan Tianming, there were only 3 people in the Shenyuan family who were qualified to possess this magic art. One was Shenyuan Tianming, the other was Shenyuan Yingying, and the last was Li Lingtian. This technique was not powerful at all. It was just a supplementary technique, but it was extremely profound. Li Lingtian possessed a high level of intelligence and his mind was nimble thanks to the eye of the divine soul. It took him a day to comprehend and cultivate it. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when Shenyuan Yingying approached him. Li Lingtian was stunned. Usually, Shenyuan Yingying would hang out with Tang Qingyue and the others and rarely with him. But now, Shenyuan Yingying was standing in front of him with her hands behind her back. She looked extremely cute. "Little girl, can't you see that I'm cultivating?" Li Lingtian sized up Shenyuan Yingying to see what she was planning. "Hey, you're going to attend the ancestral worship ceremony today, so you'll be a member of the Shenyuan family in the future. Can't you treat me better? Besides, we're friends. Grandpa asked me to call you over." Shenyuan Yingying looked at Li Lingtian's tone and pouted. She looked aggrieved and her eyes were misty. Li Lingtian was taken aback by her expression. His heart softened. He could kill his enemies mercilessly, but this little girl in front of him was not an enemy. Moreover, she could be considered a family member. More importantly, she was a peerless beauty. He could not be cruel at all. "Forget it, let's go." The expression on Li Lingtian's face softened a little. If he were to continue being so fierce, this girl might really cry. By then, even if he had 10 mouths, he would not be able to explain himself. With that, he stood up and walked out. Shenyuan Yingying noticed Li Lingtian's change and a sly smile appeared on her face as she quickly followed after him. "Yuyan, Qingyue, you guys cultivate. I'm going out for a bit. Today's ancestral worship ceremony." When Li Lingtian came out, he greeted Huangfu Yuyan and the rest when he saw them. "Okay, you can go." Huangfu Yuyan smiled. The smile on her face widened when she saw Shenyuan Yingying behind Li Lingtian. "Sister Qingyue, Sister Yuyan, I'll come back and play with you guys later." Shenyuan Yingying's mouth was always sweet. When she was done speaking, she saw Li Lingtian walking out of the room. Hence, she quickly ran out. Shenyuan Yingying did not say anything as Li Lingtian walked over. She simply led the way. Soon, the two of them arrived at the ancestral hall of the Shenyuan family. Instead of calling it an ancestral hall, it was more like a palace. It was like a forbidden palace, and the entire ancestral hall had a dignified aura. It could be seen how powerful the Shenyuan clan was. There were countless magical arrays around the ancestral hall. Although they were not activated, as long as someone barged in, they would instantly release a destructive attack. By the time Li Lingtian arrived, there were already more than 10 martial emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian had seen a few of them before. There were also 2 9th-level martial emperors. One was Shenyuan Tianming while the other was someone Li Lingtian had never seen before. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's arrival, everyone had a different expression on their faces. Junior Li Lingtian greets clan head. "Greetings, elder." Li Lingtian bowed to Shenyuan Tianming in a neither humble nor respectful manner before he bowed to the other martial emperors. On the way, Shenyuan Yingying had already told Li Lingtian about the important figures present. Although they were all martial emperor powerhouses, they were in charge of various matters in the Shenyuan clan. The Shenyuan family's matters were also handled by them. The ones hosting the ancestral worship ceremony this time were a few elders. "Okay, let's begin the worship ceremony." Shenyuan Tianming and the other martial emperor elders nodded. Following that, all the elders kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to a statue in the ancestral hall. Li Lingtian also knew that this person was Emperor Shenyuan. He was a figure from ancient times and was the most powerful figure in the Shenyuan clan. He was also the most glorious period of the Shenyuan clan. After the elders had finished their kowtows, Li Lingtian took out a little of his blood essence and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Li Lingtian was extremely respectful to an ancient mighty figure like Emperor Shenyuan who had made the greatest contribution to the human race. After joining Shenyuan clan, Zhang Tai didn't feel awkward at all as he admired Emperor Shenyuan in his previous life. Since Ling Tian has joined the Shenyuan clan, he must abide by the rules of the Shenyuan clan. In the Divine Martial Continent, you are ranked in the middle of the Shenyuan clan, following Yingying. However, in the Shenyuan clan outside, you don't care about seniority. You only care about strength. Even though your name is Li Lingtian, you're still a member of the Shenyuan clan. Even though you're not required to change your name, you still need to have your own identity and status in the Shenyuan clan. What do you think of the name Shenyuan Lingtian? After Li Lingtian had finished his bow, Shenyuan Tianming spoke up and told him Li Lingtian's name and seniority. He then looked at Li Lingtian. Lingtian has no objections. Li Lingtian did not hesitate. The name was just a symbol and an identity. He was still Li Lingtian in the outside world, but he could use Li Lingtian and Shenyuan Lingtian in the Shenyuan family. Another reason was that Shenyuan Lingtian was an identity, a pass, and a true symbol of the Shenyuan family. It was just like how some true core disciples would be given a surname by the sect. Alright, you are now a member of the Shenyuan clan, so you have to accept the family rules of the Shenyuan clan. These are the family rules of the Shenyuan clan. Similarly, the name list of the members of the Shenyuan family is also here. There are also some stories and distribution of power of the Shenyuan family. As the hope of the Shenyuan family, you have to bear the responsibility of the Shenyuan family. Shenyuan Tianming was pleased to see that Li Lingtian had no objections. The other elders were equally pleased since they had heard of Li Lingtian's abilities. Such a person was not someone who was fawning over the Shenyuan family. Furthermore, Li Lingtian was someone the patriarch had taken a liking to and was the Shenyuan family's hope of returning to the upper realm. Following that, the 8th Heaven Martial Emperor powerhouses, for elders, and Shenyuan Tianming cast a series of mysterious spells to refine Li Lingtian's blood essence and fuse it into the Shenyuan clan's genealogy. After that, they cast a spell and took out a jade slip from the Ancestral Hall's memorial tablet. Shenyuan Tianming's expression turned serious as he handed the jade slip to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian kept it in the Divine Dragon Ring. The group left the Ancestral Hall and returned to the main hall to take their seats. Li Lingtian's seat was actually with Shenyuan Yingying and was in front of her. You're already a member of the Shenyuan clan now. Don't bully me in the future, big brother Lingtian. Shenyuan Yingying was overjoyed as she held Li Lingtian's hand affectionately. Li Lingtian subconsciously let go of her hand and his face turned unnatural. He was still not used to such intimacy. After all, there was still some estrangement between her and this little girl. If she said that he bullied her, she would be depressed. Shenyuan Tianming smiled when he saw Li Lingtian's reaction. However, the smile was fleeting. Oh right, Lingtian, have you finished cultivating the technique I gave you? Shenyuan Tianming asked casually. After all, this technique was extremely profound. Even he had spent 2 months to master it. No matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, it was impossible for him to cultivate it in just a few days. Patriarch, I've finished cultivating the spell. Li Lingtian spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor respectful. To him, this magic art was nothing. To him, it was useless to comprehend it after cultivating for a day. After all, he did not go to the secret room every day. You cultivated it? Shenyuan Tianming and the elders were shocked beyond words. They stared at Li Lingtian as if he was a monster. Although they didn't have the qualifications to cultivate this technique, they knew that the technique to enter and exit the Shenyuan family's elder hall was extremely difficult. As for the technique to enter and exit the ancestors' place, it was even more difficult. They did not expect Li Lingtian to cultivate it in just a few days. How could they not be shocked? Yes, I was lucky enough to cultivate it. Li Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he could see the shock on the elders and Shen Yuan Tianming's faces. This was the effect he wanted. He had joined the Shen Yuan family and he must have his own status. This place was something he had to work hard to get. Although everything he had done in the past was heaven-defying, it was nothing in front of a true expert. This was because a genius who had not grown up was not a true genius. Since you've cultivated it, you can go to the secret room at any time. This way, you can comprehend the wood-type will of the Great Path. We can only forge your identity token tomorrow. I'll ask Ying to send it over tomorrow. Shen Yuan Tianming said after calming himself down. He was getting more and more satisfied with Li Lingtian. Moreover, he mentioned Shen Yuan Ying at any time. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Shen Yuan family wanted to make Shen Yuan Ying and Li Lingtian work together. Junior understands. Li Lingtian nodded and replied respectfully. With a token, it would at least be more convenient for him to do things in the Tianhe zone. Don't be unfamiliar with me. Just call me Ying so that you won't feel unfamiliar with me. This girl has been spoiled by us. You should discipline her in the future. Shen Yuan Tianming smiled and looked at Shen Yuan Ying. Shen Yuan Ying's face turned red, and she looked as cute as a red apple. Grandpa. Li Lingtian did not try to be pretentious. Since they were both juniors, it did not matter if he addressed them as his grandfather. Now that he had become a member of the Shen Yuan family, there was no need to be so distant with Shen Yuan Ying. Not bad. It's not natural for the two of you to be here. Go back. Shen Yuan Tianming nodded happily. He then asked Li Lingtian and Shen Yuan Ying to return home. There was nothing much to do in this place, so everything that needed to be explained was recorded in the jade slip. This way, Li Lingtian could go back and learn the Shen Yuan family rules. Chapter 491, God-Sealing Passage, 1. Chapter 491, God-Sealing Passage, 1. After Li Lingtian and Shen Yuan Ying left the Heavenly River Temple, they headed straight for the Divine Moon Palace. As for Shen Yuan Ying going to the Divine Moon Palace, he didn't object much. The more you objected, the more she wanted to go. Moreover, he had never succeeded once. He couldn't be bothered to say it now. It would be useless even if he said it. Besides, he couldn't beat this little girl up. Now that he had joined the Shen Yuan family, he was also a member of the Shen Yuan family. At least he had a close relationship with this little girl. Who could bear to hit such a little beauty? They didn't even have time to dote on her. Sister Yuyan, Sister Qingyue, I'm back. At the entrance of the Mystic Moon Palace, Shen Yuan Ying looked at Li Lingtian without saying anything. A sly smile appeared on her face like a child who had succeeded in her evil deed. There was even a hint of victory in her expression. However, he was worried that Li Lingtian might say something, so he greeted him loudly. As a result, Li Lingtian gave up even if he had the intention. After greeting them, she ran inside and came to Huangfu Yuyan and the others. She then greeted Shen Mei and Tang Zimeng and chatted non-stop. Husband, you're back. Shen Mei walked up to him and hugged Li Lingtian's arm with her little hands. Her face was filled with joy. Yes, it's all done. Li Lingtian met the girls' gazes. He knew that they wanted to know the result. With a faint smile on his face, he sat down in front of Tang Qingyue and the others and told them the results. Actually, it was nothing. The girls were just curious. Big sister Mei, he's my big brother Ling Tian now. If he bullies me, will you help me? Shen Yuan Ying held Shen Mei's hand and shook it, acting cute. Of course. Besides, my husband won't bully you. Shen Mei was stunned for a moment before she understood. It was normal for Li Lingtian to be at odds with Shen Mei when he joined the Shen Yuan family. There was nothing wrong with addressing her that way. Even if it was inappropriate, it was normal in their eyes. Following that, the few of them started chattering away. Although Li Lingtian did not like to argue with girls, it was fun to chat with a few beautiful ladies. Any one of these girls would be an existence that could topple a country in the outside world. Some geniuses would not even have the slightest chance to get close to them. On the other hand, he had a close relationship with these girls. After that, Li Lingtian resumed his normal cultivation. Only a few core members knew that Li Lingtian had become a member of the Shenyuan family. This was to prevent Li Lingtian's identity from being exposed, and it would be inconvenient for him to travel outside. Li Lingtian was cultivating by the side without anyone disturbing him. He read through the rules of the Shenyuan family without any joy or worry. The rules of these large families were similar. Li Lingtian had kept these rules in mind. Besides, these rules were only applicable to some disciples. There was no need for a person like him to violate the family rules. The Shenyuan family's main base camp was in the Tianhe zone. However, after countless years, the divine martial continent was filled with members of the Shenyuan family. It was just that these disciples did not reveal their identities. In Tianhe's sacred city, the Shenyuan family not only had the 4 Shenyuan saints, but also the 8 great supreme elders and the guardian group. These were all martial saints. Shenyuan Yinhe and the other 3 were all 9th heavenly layer martial saints. The 8 supreme elders were also at the 6th or 7th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm. There were a total of 137 guardians, and they were all martial saints. As long as one reached the martial saint realm, they could join the guardians. Below them was the martial emperor's group of elders. There were countless martial emperor powerhouses in the Shenyuan clan and in the divine martial continent. Only the guardians, the grand elder, and the young master knew the true power in Tianhe holy city. Li Lingtian was an exception. The rest of them had no idea how powerful the Shenyuan family was. Now, Li Lingtian understood why the Shenyuan family's dominance in the Tianhe zone had not wavered for countless years. Moreover, he knew that he was very lucky. If he had not participated in this Forbidden Land competition, he would definitely not have known about the Shenyuan family's matter. When the time came, he would have been worse than an ant if he had really attacked the Shenyuan family. Any super elder could kill you, let alone the guardians and the grand elder. In his hands was a jade slip containing the Shenyuan family's name list. It was the name list of the outside forces. This was also for Li Lingtian's sake. Although Li Lingtian was the Shenyuan family's hope, they did not restrict him. A person like him would definitely not stay in one place. After cultivating for a few days and understanding everything about the Shenyuan family, Li Lingtian left the Mystic Moon Palace and headed to the secret chamber. This time, he was alone. Since he had the magic art, he didn't need Shenyuan Tianming. Junior Ling Tian greets ancestor. Li Lingtian cast a series of magic arts before he sent a voice transmission to inform the other party that he had arrived so as not to disturb his cultivation. Come in. A faint voice was heard. Li Lingtian was already familiar with this voice. It was Shenyuan Yinhe's voice. He recognized all the 4 Shenyuan sages. Then, another spell was cast. Immediately, a 5-colored light appeared in the hall. His entire body was submerged in the light, but this time, he clearly sensed that he was moving, but there was no movement. Last time, he didn't notice it because he didn't use any magic arts. He was brought in by Shenyuan Tianming. This time, he used a magic art, so he naturally felt it. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at another hall. If he had not experienced it last time, he would still think that there was no movement and that it was an illusion. After sorting out his emotions, he walked forward and arrived at the end of the passageway. When he arrived in front of the stone room, he saw that the 4 elders were no longer cultivating. They all had a faint smile on their faces. Ling Tian greets the 4 ancestors. Li Lingtian walked in and bowed respectfully. Where can I find a seat? Take a seat. Shenyuan Yinhe pointed at a stone bench not far away with a satisfied smile on his face. By addressing him as such, Li Lingtian had already joined the Xian Yuan clan. Furthermore, his name was recorded in the family tree. Naturally, Li Lingtian was chosen as a member of the Xian Yuan clan. Last time in the Forbidden Area, after I got the Shenong Cauldron, I still haven't broken the restriction. I can't know what relationship Shen Yuan has with Shenong. After Li Lingtian sat down, he told them about the Shenong Cauldron. He was now a 9th level martial honored realm, but he was still unable to break the restriction in the Shenong Cauldron. He did not know about the relationship between Xian Yuan and Shenong or the Xian Yuan clan's secret. You can take it slow. You're still young, so there's no need to rush. However, we only have 100 years left to live. If we can't become martial gods in 2 years, we'll pass away. You have to reach our level of cultivation within 2 years, or even higher. Because if we pass away, no one will be able to open the God Sealing Passage. Unless you can become a martial god and use a powerful technique to open the God Sealing Passage. Xian Yuan Yinhe did not seem to be affected by the Shenong Cauldron at all. This was Li Lingtian's business and they would not restrict him from doing anything. All they did was remind him of some things he needed to take note of. They were powerhouses, heaven-defying powerhouses. Naturally, they understood Li Lingtian's character. They would not restrain Li Lingtian. Even if Li Lingtian destroyed the divine martial continent, they would not stop him. Instead, they would help him. The prerequisite was that Li Lingtian did not destroy the Shen Yuan family. Naturally, Li Lingtian would not do something like that unless he was a fool. God Sealing Passage. Becoming a 9th heavenly layer martial saint in 100 years. Li Lingtian's expression changed for a moment before he calmed down. Although he was heaven-defying, he was still shocked by these two things. After all, these two things were too difficult. Also, why did that God-sealing passage feel a little similar to the demon God-sealing formation of the demon race? This was another reason why he was surprised. After all, these two names were too similar, and they were the key to a powerful race. Yes, reaching the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm in 100 years is indeed too difficult. Even the number 1 genius of the divine martial continent a million years ago used 300 years to reach the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm. In 400 years, he broke through the void and reached the upper realm. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded. Li Lingtian was now 21 years old and had reached the 9th level of the supreme realm. He was only one step away from becoming a martial emperor. After reaching the martial supreme realm, it would be even more difficult to reach the martial saint realm. Moreover, he was at the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm, which was equivalent to a martial god. It was simply impossible for a person to achieve such an achievement in 100 years. Furthermore, in this divine martial continent, basically all the powerhouses could only silently pass away because they did not have enough lifespan. Martial saints only had a lifespan of 1,000 years, while martial sovereigns had a lifespan of 500 years. How many people could become a martial monarch realm expert at the age of 500? After becoming a martial monarch realm expert, it would be a dream to become a martial saint within 500 years. Usually, a super heaven-defying genius would be stuck at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm for his entire life. The higher he went, the harder it was for him to make any progress. On the path of cultivation, one would go from the shallow to the deep. Ling Tian is surprised by the God-sealing passage. I encountered a devil race looking for the God-sealing demon array some time ago. Old ancestor, is there any connection between the God-sealing passage and the God-sealing demon array? There was a confident smile on Li Lingtian's face. Even if it was difficult, he could still give it a try. He was only 21 years old when he found the 9th heaven martial saint realm. At 21 years old, he had already attained the 9th heaven martial honored realm. As long as he worked hard, he believed that he would be able to attain it one day. So be it, 100 years. However, he was curious about the God-sealing passage. Could there be a shortcut in this world? Not bad, you're confident. The disciples of the Shen Yuan family will always be the most arrogant. They will always be confident and will always press forward. Xianyuan Haotian was stunned when he heard Li Lingtian's tone. He then spoke loudly with a satisfied expression on his face. To be able to achieve this, one needed not only talent but also great self-confidence. Self-confidence, blind self-confidence was the end of the world. But for people with absolute talent, self-confidence was the motivation and will to succeed. Chapter 492, Martial Emperor Realm. Chapter 492, Martial Emperor Realm. The God-Sealing Passage is a passage left behind by the ancestors of the Xian Yuan clan that leads to the previous generation. Actually, the demon race's God-Sealing Array is not much different from the Shenyuan family's God-Sealing Passage. They want to let down the upper realm's demon race. Seeing Li Lingtian's confusion, Shenyuan Yunhe explained the difference between the God-forbidding formation and the God-forbidding passage. The God-forbidding formation blueprint was a key to suppressing the Asmodeans, which was why the Asmodeans wanted to obtain it. If the powerful demons were to be released, the divine martial continent would be finished. As Li Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He then had an idea. If he didn't hand over the blueprint of the demon sealing God array, they would continue to think of ways to fight for it. At that time, there would be a great turmoil in the divine martial continent. He might as well destroy this demon sealing God array blueprint in front of the demons and let them give up. Thinking of this, he hesitated. If that was the case, he would definitely attract the angry pursuit of the demons. Although he was not afraid of the demons now, the demons were powerful and he could not resist them. Moreover, he had to be responsible for the Xian Yuan clan now. He could not act rashly. He would put this idea aside for the time being and make a decision when the time came. If that's the case, it looks like the demons are planning something against the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he replied indifferently. The demons have never stopped unifying the humans. Shenyuan Yunhe looked at Li Lingtian's expression and a faint smile appeared on his face. An old fox like him naturally knew what Li Lingtian was thinking. It's getting late. You should comprehend the wood elemental will of the Great Path. Shenyuan Yunhe took out a jade slip and handed it to Li Lingtian. Following that, the four Shenyuan sages closed their eyes and meditated. They no longer paid any attention to Li Lingtian. It was not that easy to comprehend the wood element's will of the way. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness entered the jade slip. It contained a cultivation technique. The art of longevity was a cultivation technique practiced by the Xian Yuan clan. As long as one comprehended this cultivation technique, the wood elemental will of the Great Path would emerge. Although he did not know where the wood element Tao intent came from, Li Lingtian had obtained 4 types of Tao intent. Naturally, he understood the true meaning of Tao intent. Following that, Li Lingtian was also meditating in the secret chamber. With the eye of the divine soul, his strong intelligence, and his cultivation experience, he was able to comprehend the art of longevity very quickly. Wisps of wood element true essence floated outside his body, and the entire secret room was filled with dense vitality. This kind of vitality was the most primitive mystery of the wood-type martial soul. Only when the wood-type martial soul was truly cultivated could such a scene appear. Sensing the changes in the secret chamber, the 4 Shenyuan saints exclaimed in surprise. It had only been 2 hours, yet he had already comprehended the wood martial soul's art of longevity. Even they didn't dare to believe such a thought. Li Lingtian did not expect to be able to comprehend the art of longevity so easily. It was as if he had a flash of inspiration. Moreover, he also truly understood how strong the vitality of a wood-type martial soul master was. Although the attack of a wood-type martial soul master was not as strong as other martial souls, the vitality of a wood-type martial soul master was strong. Their lifespans were also much longer than martial artists of the same rank. The most powerful attributes of the wood attribute were their vitality and self-healing techniques. There was another question that he did not know about. As a powerful divine alchemist, he often came into contact with medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were all natural treasures and were naturally of the wood element. It was easier to integrate the wood element with them. Furthermore, the Shenong clan's alchemy cauldron was naturally of the wood element. All of this allowed Li Lingtian to become more familiar with the wood element. Have you comprehended the art of longevity? Xianyuan Yinhe opened his eyes and looked at Li Lingtian. Xianyuan Qingtian and the rest were also looking at Li Lingtian with shock on their faces. They were well aware of the power of the wood element and the difficulty of comprehending the art of longevity. It was not something that could be comprehended in a day or two. It could often take a few months or even a lifetime to comprehend the art of longevity. Yes, Ling Tian has already comprehended it. Li Lingtian replied respectfully. Naturally, he was respectful to the four godlike existences. Furthermore, the four martial saints treated him very well, so he was naturally worthy of respect. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to be able to comprehend the art of longevity in 2 hours. It's completely beyond my imagination. With this speed, I believe you will be able to control the wood elemental will of the Great Path very soon. When the wood elemental will of the Great Path succeeds, the will of the Great Path of the 5 elements will also reach perfection. The shock on the 4 Shenyuan sages' faces had disappeared. They were extremely satisfied with Li Lingtian. Although such talent was not unheard of in the future, it could also be said to be unprecedented. Thank you, Ancestor. Li Lingtian smiled as he watched the 4 martial saint powerhouses praise him. It would be a pretentious act if he could still act in front of the 4 powerhouses' praise. Now, the 4 of us will use the art of longevity. You can sense the wood elemental will of the Great Path from our auras. Xianyuan Yinhe pondered for a moment, and then the 4 of them began to display their art of longevity. Immediately, an aura of revival appeared in the secret chamber. The entire secret chamber was filled with a strong sense of spring, as if spring had arrived. Moreover, there were traces of wood-type aura. This aura seemed to have entered an endless sea of trees. Li Lingtian did not hesitate. He slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of clarity. The 4 sages had only displayed the art of longevity and not the will of the way. Now, it was up to him to comprehend the will of the way. As time passed, the 4 Shenyuan saints sat cross-legged in the secret chamber with Li Lingtian in the middle. The quiet secret chamber appeared calm, but the entire chamber was turbulent. Li Lingtian could sense the aura emanating from the 4 Shenyuan sages with his divine consciousness. He was constantly comprehending the true meaning of the wood element in his mind. Only by truly understanding the wood element could he obtain the will of the wood element. 1 day passed, and then 2. On the 7th day, Li Lingtian was still sitting cross-legged. However, the aura of the 4 Shenyuan saints was getting stronger and Li Lingtian smiled faintly. This was because he had already sensed the existence of the wood-type will of the Great Path, and he could now comprehend the wood-type will of the Great Path. As long as he could receive the condensation of the wood-type will of the Great Path, he would be able to achieve the wood-type will of the Great Path. Would Tao intent, all things revive. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes were glowing as he muttered to himself. His entire body was filled with a dense wood elemental aura, and traces of Tao intent formed in his mind. With a wave of his hand, the entire quiet secret chamber turned into a sea of trees. Although the sea of trees was small, it carried the supreme will of the wood element, giving people a feeling that they could not be underestimated. At this moment, the 4 saints of Shenyuan opened their eyes and looked tired. However, there was excitement on his tired face. Li Lingtian's speed in comprehending the wood element Tao intent had far exceeded their expectations. In their opinion, it would take at least a month or 2 to comprehend the wood element Tao intent even with the addition of their art of longevity. They did not expect Li Lingtian to comprehend the wood element Tao intent in just 7 days. The condensation of the wood elements will formed a wood elements will in Li Lingtian's body. Instantly, the species attributes will was completed. The 5-colored golden core kept spinning. Metal, wood, water, fire, and heaven. The 5 elements of Tao intent had finally reached perfection. With the five elements Tao intent perfected, Li Lingtian finally regained his balance. The golden core in Li Lingtian's body was still spinning non-stop. Li Lingtian could feel that his entire being had been elevated after the five elements Tao intent was perfected. The quintessential essence in his body was also rapidly subliming. Li Lingtian almost shouted out in excitement at the sight of this. Due to the loosening of his realm and the completion of the five elements Tao will, his quintessential essence surged. Now, he was about to break through. If he did not break through, he would be destroyed by the powerful true essence of the five elements. Martial arts are respected. Above the martial honor, I am the emperor. Martial emperor realm, break. Li Lingtian's face revealed a sense of pressure, a kind of dignity that could not be easily offended. Suddenly, a destructive aura appeared. The five elements of the will of the Great Path had reached perfection. The will of the Great Path formed together, causing the secret chamber to tremble. True essence surged and circulated, and his dantian was like an endless ocean. The five-colored golden core spun like a dazzling sun. The golden core carried a supreme pressure. Li Lingtian's temperament was elevated and his aura changed rapidly. The aura and temperament of a martial emperor was something that a martial-honored realm expert could not compare to, even though he had just broken through to the martial emperor realm and was only a level 1 martial emperor. However, this first-level martial emperor was definitely very impressive. Two realms, one in the sky and one on the earth, there was no comparison at all. The true essence in his body flowed slowly and gently rippled in his dantian. However, Li Lingtian knew that the seemingly small amount of true essence could unleash a destructive force with a single move of his divine consciousness and the circulation of his cultivation technique. After breaking through to the martial monarch realm, his strength and cultivation had increased. His entire person had improved in all aspects. Moreover, even his lifespan had increased. A supreme realm expert was 500 years old, but now that he had reached the martial emperor realm, although he was only 600 years old, according to his cultivation and cultivation techniques, he was completely beyond 600 years old. For everyone, not to mention an extra 100 years of lifespan, even an extra day of lifespan was difficult to reach the heavens. Now that he had reached 600 years of lifespan, as long as he didn't encounter any accidents, it was very easy for him to live for 600 years. If he kept cultivating the art of longevity, he would be even more powerful. He naturally knew that the four saints of Shenyuan were 5 times longer than others of the same rank because they cultivated the art of longevity, the true art of longevity. After breaking through to the martial supreme realm, Li Lingtian did not stop. Instead, he quickly stabilized his realm. At this moment, he had to stabilize his realm to achieve a breakthrough. This was because he had relied on the aura of the four saints and the power of the wood element's will of the way. If his realm was unstable at this time, his realm might fall, and his cultivation would basically come to an end. Chapter 493, Arrange. Chapter 493, Arrange. After circulating the heaven and earth reincarnation for 3 cycles, his realm gradually stabilized. Li Lingtian opened his eyes again and saw the 4 Shenyuan saints looking at him with a satisfied look in their eyes. "Thank you, Ancestor." Li Lingtian stood up and bowed to the 4 Shenyuan saints with sincerity on his face. Naturally, he could tell that the 4 martial saints had consumed a lot of energy. This was how he achieved his wood elemental will of the Great Path, the perfection of the 5 elements will of the Great Path, and also allowed him to advance from a martial honor to a martial emperor. He wasn't a heartless person. He could kill his enemies mercilessly, but he was absolutely respectful to his family and elders. This is your fortune. In the future, you will have to shoulder the burden of the Shenyuan clan. Shenyuan Yinha smiled. His smile was kind, as if he was looking at his junior. Although Li Lingtian was not a true member of the Shenyuan clan, he had joined them now. Naturally, they were not as shallow as ordinary people. In this world, the Shenyuan clan was the ancestor of all surnames. Naturally, Li Lingtian was also a member of the Shenyuan clan. In the first 500 years, they were one family. After billions of years, weren't they one family a billion years ago? Ling Tian definitely won't embarrass the Shenyuan family. Li Lingtian said earnestly. There was no trace of hypocrisy in his words, but they were spoken with sincerity. All right, go back and cultivate. Just remember that you will always be a disciple of the Shenyuan family. Shenyuan Yinhe was satisfied with Li Lingtian's simple words because he could tell Li Lingtian's character. A person like him would not easily make a promise. As long as he said it, he would keep it. A true expert, a true genius, his boldness and talent were directly proportional. Ling Tian will take his leave. Li Lingtian bowed respectfully to the four saints Shenyuan and excused himself. He then left the secret chamber and returned to the Divine Moon Palace. Huangfu Yuyan and the others were extremely worried after not returning to the Divine Moon Hall for a few days. Although they didn't show it on their faces, they were worried in their hearts. When the girls were together, they weren't as chatty as before. After all, Li Lingtian wanted to comprehend the wood element Tao intent. It was not easy to comprehend the wood element Tao intent. Naturally, he was worried about the negative effects of failure. A few days later, when Li Lingtian appeared at the Divine Moon Palace, a few girls were overjoyed and ran toward him. Usually, the girls would chat with each other and rarely pester Li Lingtian. However, it did not mean that they could completely ignore Li Lingtian. After not seeing her for a few days, her mood had been very low. Now that she had seen her again, she was naturally extremely happy. Big brother, you're finally back. Ge, you don't want me anymore. Big brother Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Young master. A few girls surrounded Li Lingtian and chattered non-stop as they sized him up. They were truly relieved to see that Li Lingtian was unharmed. However, the girls furrowed their brows as they sensed some changes in Li Lingtian. They could not pinpoint what exactly had changed. Why would I not want Ge? Didn't I cultivate back? Don't worry, I've already comprehended the wood-type will of the Great Path. Li Lingtian gave a comforting smile as his heart warmed. Being able to have someone to worry about was a kind of responsibility, but it was also a kind of happiness. With so many beautiful women to worry about, what else could he not be satisfied with? Husband, what is your cultivation level? Shun Mei asked curiously after confirming that Li Lingtian was fine. After all, Li Lingtian's aura was slightly different from before. She and Li Lingtian were dual cultivators, so she was naturally more aware of Li Lingtian's condition than Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan. I've already reached the martial emperor realm. Li Lingtian's few words could not conceal the excitement in his heart. What was the concept of the martial emperor realm? It meant that his status had already reached a point where people could only look up to him. He was no longer like a martial arts grandmaster, a martial emperor, or a martial honor. Although a martial honor was powerful, in his current situation, a martial honor was already very trashy. Only by reaching the martial emperor realm could one stand on the same level as those super powerhouses. Although he was only at the first level of the martial emperor realm, it was a completely different world compared to a martial honor. They were not on the same level. Wow, he really reached the martial supreme realm. That's great. My big brother is a martial monarch realm expert now. Ge's face was filled with excitement. In Ge's heart, Li Lingtian's position was irreplaceable because she did not have any family. Even the most basic of life was taught by Li Lingtian. He was as important as her parents. In her heart, Li Lingtian's identity was even more important than her parents. Husband, you are too powerful. That's right. I didn't expect Ling Tian to have reached the martial monarch realm. Congratulations on reaching the martial emperor stage, brother Ling Tian. Instantly, the girls chattered non-stop. Their faces were filled with joy and excitement. There was nothing more joyous than Li Lingtian's breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. This is all thanks to our ancestor. Li Lingtian led the girls into the Divine Moon Palace. This place was a paradise and no one would disturb them. Naturally, he felt more at ease. If even the Divine Moon Hall was in danger in the Tianhe district, then there was no safe place in the Tianhe district. Following that, Li Lingtian cultivated in peace in the Divine Moon Palace. He had plenty of pills and abundant spirit qi, so he did not lack any cultivation resources. However, during this period of time, he had to focus on cultivating the 5 elements Tao intent and completely control it. With the 5 elements Tao intent, he could unleash all kinds of skills to the extreme. Although he was only in the martial emperor realm, he possessed the will of the 5 elements. He would lose a certain advantage against any 5-element martial soul expert he encountered. Because the 5 elements countered each other, he would be restrained no matter what kind of 5-element martial soul the opponent had. He also arranged his cultivation time. He focused on cultivating the 5 elements Tao intent and spent a portion of his time cultivating the Heaven and Earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon body barrier. The rest of the time was spent on comprehending skills and pill techniques. The one he comprehended the most was the Shenong Cauldron. After reaching the martial emperor realm, he had to adapt to all kinds of treasures and skills. This required time to size them up. However, in Tianhe's sacred city, he could cultivate without worry and not worry about anyone threatening him. 3 months had passed and Li Lingtian's cultivation base had stabilized. However, it was extremely difficult for him to improve even a little. He also understood that a martial supreme was completely different from a martial supreme. Even if he had heaven-defying alchemy techniques and heaven-defying cultivation techniques, it was impossible for him to increase his cultivation as quickly as before. However, after reaching the rank of martial supreme, all kinds of skills were very important. The martial emperor realm powerhouses had spent a lot of time on their skills and treasures because they knew that it was very difficult to advance. It was better to spend most of their time on skills and treasures. It was the same for Li Lingtian. He had to control his few holy weapons and holy weapons. At the same time, several heaven-defying skills were also his trump cards. After 3 months, Li Lingtian had gained a thorough understanding of the Xian Yuan clan. He was growing fond of the place as it was a safe place. He also had many things to do, many things that he needed to take on. On this day, Li Lingtian called Huangfu Yuyan over with a serious expression. Yuyan, Qingyue, Mei Meng Meng, Ge, Qingling, I have something to discuss with you. Li Lingtian looked at Huangfu Yuyan and the rest as he spoke in a serious tone. As he spoke, he felt a little uncomfortable, but he had to do these things. Now, he could only be ruthless. Big brother Lingtian, if you have anything to say, just say it. Meng Meng will definitely listen to you. Tang Zimeng heard Li Lingtian's words and it was the first time she saw him so serious. She had a feeling that something bad was about to happen as she looked at him quietly. Huangfu Yuyan, Shan Mei and the rest were looking at Li Lingtian in the same way. They were together every day. Even though they were not telepathically connected, they could still sense certain things. In the future, I'll be going out alone to handle some matters. You guys can stay in the Divine Moon Palace and cultivate. I've already reached the rank of a martial emperor. Some of the things I do are no longer as simple as before. I feel more at ease if you guys stay in the Divine Moon Hall. Moreover, both of you need to cultivate in peace. This way, we can be together forever. Li Lingtian looked at Huangfu Yuyan and the others with a smile on his face. However, it was obvious that the smile was not genuine. After all, it was definitely not good to put the person he liked aside. However, this world was like this. Before you reached a certain level of strength, you could only be controlled by this world. Only when you could control this world could you truly control your own fate and protect your loved ones. When he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. No one spoke, and the expressions on their faces kept changing. Yes, I know. I'll be waiting for you here forever. Huangfu Yuyan said seriously. She was Li Lingtian's woman and she wished she could stick to him every second of every day. However, she knew that it was impossible. Besides her, there were Tang Genji, Shun Mei Tang Zimeng, Qingling, Ge, and Little White. They wanted Li Lingtian to accompany them as they were the closest people to Li Lingtian. Besides, she would have to cultivate even if it was not for these things. The higher her cultivation, the longer her lifespan would be. That way, she would be able to be together with Li Lingtian. Furthermore, he understood Li Lingtian's intention. Li Lingtian was a martial emperor and he had all sorts of tricks up his sleeves. Naturally, he could travel alone, but bringing them along would be dangerous. Now that Li Lingtian had spoken, he would agree even if he was reluctant to do so. He could not do anything for Li Lingtian, but he would still support Li Lingtian silently so that he would not be a burden to him. P.S. I recommend a novel from the city, The Young Mrs. Close-Fitting Crazy Young Master. Chapter 504, The Tyranny of the Empyrean Demon Flame. Chapter 504, The Tyranny of the Empyrean Demon Flame. 1. Good, very good. Today, I'll let you witness the power of the purgatory demon. Maha's face was filled with anger. The demonic chi in his body soared into the sky, and the sea area instantly turned into a sea of blood. The warriors on the spaceship were shocked by the sight. However, they were no longer so afraid when they thought of the hundreds of guards around Li Lingtian. If Li Lingtian was truly defeated, the guards would have stepped forward to attack him. Updated on B0xN0VL. Calm and naturally, they were unaware of Li Lingtian's predicament. Li Lingtian was worried that Maha would attack them, so he did not let the guards do it. A shocking demonic aura pressure immediately revealed the might of a ninth heaven martial emperor. Maha's face revealed a violent expression. Demon fury. With a loud roar, a blood-red ball of light with a powerful life force blasted toward Li Lingtian. The space began to tremble as if it could not withstand the force and was about to tear apart. Fire will, Nine Suns Sacred Flame. Li Lingtian's body flashed as his clothes fluttered. With a wave of his hand, a destructive flame appeared in front of him. The flame formed a shield of light that was completely made of fire. The shield spun continuously. The temperature of the entire space rose sharply, and the entire sea area seemed to be boiling. All the guards deployed their defenses to block the aura of this flame. Otherwise, the temperature of this flame alone could turn all the warriors into air. Li Lingtian hovered in the air like a flaming war god. He faced Maha fearlessly. The Nine Suns Sacred Flame was the Nine Suns Saint Lord's trump card. Li Lingtian was the reincarnation of the Nine Suns Saint Lord, and with the fire will, the Nine Suns Sacred Flame had unleashed a lot of its power. The flaming shield charged forward. CC. Russell. Chi. Two destructive attacks collided in the air. The blood-red demonic rage formed by demonic chi carried a strange power of life as it collided with the flame shield. However, there was no clear winner for a moment. The will of the Tao of water, ice for 10,000 miles. Li Lingtian had no intention of stopping. He did not take the lower quintessential essence seriously as he used it. The quintessential essence in his entire body underwent a strange transformation and formed an endless amount of water-type quintessential essence. Instantly, the sea area began to churn. Endless water spirit chi surged toward Li Lingtian as he unleashed his water will of the way to the extreme. With a flip of his hand, the sea seemed to flip over and surged toward the Nine Suns Sacred Flame. Everyone was stunned, including Maha. Although he did not cultivate a human martial soul, he understood that water and fire were mutually exclusive. Could it be that Li Lingtian was so foolish as to extinguish the Nine Suns Sacred Flame he had unleashed? However, what happened next made many people understand. The destructive Nine Suns Sacred Flame suddenly changed the moment it met the will of the Great Path of Water. Rumble. When the two extreme attributes came together, the will of the Great Path of Water and the will of the Great Path of Fire, the extreme of the two extremes met, and a shocking change immediately occurred. The Nine Suns Sacred Flame became even more violent in the two extreme attacks. The demon's anger was immediately suppressed. That was not all. The water will had already sealed the entire space. The sea was a world of glaciers. In the glacier, Mo Nu lost contact with Maha. Without the support of Maha's demonic chi, the 9-yang sacred fire erupted and swallowed Mo Nu completely. Voila! At this time, when the demon's anger disappeared, the glacier was finally broken by Maha. By the time he came out, the demonic rage had already disappeared, but the 9 suns' sacred flames surged towards him with the power to burn everything. True devil flames. The 9th Heaven Martial Emperor's cultivation reaction was indeed powerful. Although he was shocked to see his attack being nullified by his opponent, he did not panic in the face of Li Lingtian's 9 suns' sacred flame. Instead, he unleashed a demonic flame. The true demon fire drew a strange trail in the air. The space trembled as it shot toward Li Lingtian's 9 suns' sacred flame like a shooting star. You're courting death. Empyrean demon flame. Li Lingtian looked at the other party using blazing flame in front of him with a look of disdain. He didn't underestimate his opponent, but using flames and ice in front of him was really courting death. This was also provoking him. With a thought of his divine sense, his entire body flashed and he quickly flew towards the other side, getting closer to the other party. Floating in the air, Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the air changed strangely. A strange demonic flame appeared in his hand. The evil aura in the demonic flames kept jumping, as if it was excited. Demonic sacred flame. Why do you have the Empyrean demon flame? Maha was shocked when he saw the supreme demonic sacred flame in Li Lingtian's hand. His expression was extremely ugly, as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't believe that the most powerful and mysterious demonic flame would appear on a human warrior. However, it was already too late. Li Lingtian's Empyrean demon flame pressed down on the sky and the 9 suns' sacred flame circled around to avoid the erosion of the true demon flame, leaving the space to the Empyrean demon flame. Boom! There was an explosion as the true demon flame and the Empyrean demon flame collided. There was no resistance or suspense. The true demon flame was ignored and devoured. The Empyrean demon flame enveloped Maha within. The Empyrean demon flame was the most mysterious and powerful flame of the demons, and it was also the existence they feared the most. If a powerful demon made a mistake, the Asmodean Lord would use the Empyrean demon flame to punish the other demons. The Empyrean demon flame was a form of destructive punishment. Ah, ah! Maha let out a series of miserable cries as he tumbled in the air. Nothing is impossible in this world. You're just too arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Remember, realm isn't everything. The one who laughs in the end is the winner. Li Lingtian said calmly. With a single grab, the 9 suns' sacred flame returned to his hand and disappeared in an instant. Looking coldly at Maha in the distance, he used his divine sense and unleashed the heavenly extreme tyrant Emperor Saber. As long as Maha could break the Empyrean demon's sacred flame, he would suffer the destructive attack of the tyrant saber art. Maha screamed in the air. He never expected to be defeated by a first heaven martial emperor in such a short time. He did not expect Li Lingtian to use his fire and water Dao wills to dispel his demon fury. He had lost the initiative in an instant. What was even more unexpected was that Li Lingtian, a human, had mastered the infernal tribe's demonic sacred flame. The demons were nothing in front of the strongest flames of the demons. If Li Lingtian were to use other flames, even the 9 suns' sacred flame and the ice flame, which were more powerful than the heavenly demonic sacred flame, would not pose a threat to Maha. Brine water point tofu, one thing to one thing. Silk. Maha was turned into a flame by the Empyrean demon flame and disappeared after being refined by the Empyrean demon flame. Maha, a 9th-level martial emperor, had fallen. Yes. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the Empyrean demon flame returned to his hand. It then disappeared into his palm and returned to his body. Although he had cultivated the ice, fire, 9 heavens and fused ice and fire, he could still use them separately. Young Lord is mighty. Everyone was shocked when they saw Li Lingtian kill a 9th heaven martial emperor from the Asmodeans in a few moves. The martial monarch realm guards were filled with admiration. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be so domineering as to kill a ninth heaven martial monarch realm demon with just a few simple moves. Naturally, they knew that although it seemed simple, Li Lingtian was the only one who knew about the dangers involved. Every step he took required precise calculations. He had to calculate what kind of attack his opponent would use and whether the power of his attack could match his opponent's attack. The slightest mistake would result in a great recovery. In a great battle, at the martial supreme realm, not only did one's cultivation base and strength depend on, but one also had to rely on one's wisdom. Let's go. Li Lingtian returned to the spaceship, followed by all the guards. Now that they had encountered demons, they might encounter more. All the guards on the spaceship could also protect them. Husband, are you all right? Shun Mei and the other two came to Li Lingtian's side and asked with concern. Even if Li Lingtian was not injured, they would still show their concern out of habit. I'm fine. Li Lingtian said with a smile as he pinched Shun Mei's beautiful and tender cheeks. At his level of cultivation, it was all about scheming. It was extremely dangerous between them. It was either you die or I die. Xianyuan Yingying and Tang Zimeng were only relieved after checking Li Lingtian up and down to make sure that he was fine. They then started chattering away with Li Lingtian again. Qin Susu and the others who were standing in the distance were about to step forward to show their concern. However, they were relieved when they saw that Li Lingtian had 3 girls showing concern for him. Their faces lit up with joy. She no longer needed to worry about her son. Someone had already replaced her. Nangong Mingyue frowned when she saw Li Lingtian's group of 4. She then returned to her residence. Although a 9th heaven martial emperor from the infernal tribe was powerful, he was not worried when he saw Li Lingtian's strength. He merely treated it as a small interlude. Everyone returned to their own rooms. All the guards were on the spaceship and did not return to the Divine Dragon Ring. The flying ship sped up and shuttled through the sea. What a terrifying Empyrean demon flame! Not far from Maha's death, an old man appeared in the space. The old man's body emitted dense demonic qi. They were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian and the rest spaceship leaving. He looked at the air. An expert of the same level had fallen in front of him so easily. When he thought of the death of the Empyrean demon flame and Maha, he looked lucky. We have to report this matter to Lord Demon Venerable. The old man pondered for a moment before his body disappeared into the air like a phantom. The sky and sea quieted down. The hurricane in the sea area quickly dispersed the aura here. No one would have thought that a powerful 9th level martial emperor from the devil tribe had fallen here. They also did not know that this 9th level martial emperor was killed by a 1st level martial emperor. He was killed so easily. P.S. I've added the 7th update. Please review it. The more reviews there are, the more I'll add. This is something I've finally begged boss to let me add. Everyone, do your best. Chapter 505, So Be It, 1. Chapter 505, So Be It, 1. In the next few days, they did not encounter any danger and returned to Tianhe's sacred city safely. Seeing the rich spiritual energy and scenery of Tianhe's sacred city, everyone was extremely happy. They would cultivate here in the future. Although this place was very large, an island that was nearly 10 million miles in size, this place only belonged to Tianhe's sacred city. The powerful island was a paradise for cultivation. No one dared to fight on it. Even if it was other forces, they would have to pass through the endless sea area if they wanted to come here. Moreover, if the cultivators of the Heavenly River Sacred City in the sea area came, they would have long killed them in the sea area. Updated on B0xN0VL. Calm, I'm back. Xianyuan Yingying landed and shouted happily. Although she had only left Tianhe's sacred city for a month, she missed this place very much. After all, this was the hometown where she had lived for nearly 20 years. The other warriors landed and looked around excitedly. Although a warrior wanted to go out and wander, he still wanted a safe place to cultivate when faced with danger. Green Island was gone and he was being hunted by the demon race. Now that he had a safe place to cultivate, he was naturally extremely happy. Li Lingtian's face lit up when he saw Shenyuan Yingying's expression. This girl missed this place so much. He hoped that Shenyuan Yingying would not follow him the next time he left. Big brother Ling Tian, I know what you're thinking. Do you think I won't go with you the next time you leave because I'm so happy? Don't worry, next time you come out, I'll go with you, hee. When Shenyuan Yingying saw Li Lingtian's expression, she quickly walked over and hugged his arm. A sly smile appeared on her face as she spoke in a sweet voice. Li Lingtian was indeed delighted when he heard the first half of the sentence. He thought that Shenyuan Yingying would make him feel less worried. However, he did not expect her to be toying with him at the end. He was immediately speechless. Alright, stop fooling around. Let's go back first. Seeing that everyone was waiting, Li Lingtian led everyone into the city. However, these guards were kept in the Divine Dragon Ring. Under normal circumstances, his guards would not be discovered. This was a trump card. With the token, Li Lingtian successfully entered the city. After passing through the endless paths, pavilions, and palaces, they finally returned to the front of the palace in Tianhe Sacred City. Li Lingtian also asked Yi Feng and the others to settle them down in Tianhe Sacred City. It was safe here and they would have their own lives in the future. Naturally, he would not plan for them all the time. Only Tang Zicheng and his wife, Li Suifeng and his wife followed Li Lingtian and the others into the Divine Moon Hall behind the Heavenly River Temple. Tang Qingyue and the others were overjoyed when they returned to the Divine Moon Palace. Father, mother. Tang Qingyue happily came to Tang Zicheng and his wife and bowed to them. Li Suifeng and his wife were naturally her parents. Huang Fuyuyan also greeted Qin Susu respectfully. For a moment, the Divine Moon Palace was filled with laughter and laughter. Initially, Li Lingtian wanted Tang Zicheng and Li Suifeng to stay in the Divine Moon Palace, but the four of them did not agree. The Divine Moon Hall was one of the holiest places in the Heavenly River Temple. It was already good enough for Li Lingtian and the others to stay here. Naturally, they would not stay here so as not to disturb the world of the young. Li Lingtian did not say much. They wanted to live outside so that they could spend more time with other acquaintances. That way, they would not be lonely. Even so, Li Lingtian had bought a huge mansion not far from Tianhe Square. Such a mansion could only be owned by people with a certain level of influence in Tianhe Sacred City. However, to Li Lingtian, these were trivial matters. After making the necessary arrangements, Li Lingtian began cultivating in the Divine Moon Hall. Although he was cultivating, he spent most of his time with Tang Qingyue, Huang Fuyuyan, and the rest because he would be leaving Tianhe Sacred City soon. During this period of time, Li Lingtian brought a few beautiful girls to play in Tianhe Sacred City. They left their footprints in all the fun places. After a month, Li Lingtian had to leave. This time, he brought Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei with him. Most of the 100 guards stayed in Tianhe Sacred City to protect Li Suifeng and the others. He had only taken 25th level martial emperors and 10 6th level martial emperors with him. Naturally, Shenyuan Tianming would not say anything if Li Lingtian wanted him. After all, Li Lingtian was going out to train. However, he wanted Li Lingtian to bring along 3 Shenyuan family guards, 3 9th level martial emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian did not say anything. If he were to encounter a super powerhouse, he could ask 3 9th level martial emperors to protect Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei. Naturally, he would not reject such a request. Once everything was ready, Li Lingtian left Tianhe Sacred City with Tang Zimeng and the other 2. He did not try to avoid her, but Shenyuan Yingying still insisted on going out to play. Li Lingtian could not be bothered to scold her. It did not matter if she went out with him or not. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face as he left Tianhe Holy City. The spaceship quickly flew toward the ocean. If he wanted to leave Tianhe Sacred City, he would have to cross this endless sea. Big brother Lingtian, where are we going? Tang Zimeng exclaimed excitedly on the spaceship as she looked up at Li Lingtian. Yeah, big brother Ling Tian, where are you taking Yingying? Xianyuan Yingying was also looking at Li Lingtian curiously. Her words left him speechless. What did she mean by taking her somewhere? She was the one who wanted to follow him out. However, with a peerless little beauty accompanying him, he was not lonely anymore. Moreover, this girl was very mischievous and cute, similar to Tang Zimeng's personality. Let's go to Yuzhou first. They won't let me go. Is it because they want to get the blueprint of the demon sealing god array? I'll destroy the demon sealing god array blueprint in front of them. Let's see what they can do to me. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile as he took out half of the blueprints. His eyes shone brightly. Following that, he took out another identical blueprint. The two blueprints were identical. In this way, they would not know that Li Lingtian had faked it even if they destroyed the fake blueprint. Moreover, Li Lingtian was in control of the divine array diagram. He was definitely a grandmaster in the field of arrays. If he were to falsify the diagram, who would be able to tell? I see. Shun Mei said happily. Although she did not know why Li Lingtian wanted to keep a real blueprint, he always had his own plans and plans. This God-sealing demon array blueprint is similar to the God-sealing passage of our Shenyuan family. I'll leave it behind. Perhaps it can be used when the time comes. Even if we encounter any threats, we can take out this God-sealing demon array blueprint and use it to threaten the demons. Li Lingtian did not hide anything. Among the three people beside him, two were his wives while the other was the Shenyuan family's princess. She could be considered his younger sister and they had a good relationship. Naturally, he wouldn't worry about them. He felt lucky and happy because none of the girls around him betrayed him. Even his relatives did not give him any problems. Ho ho, it seems that we're going to have fun this time. We're going to Yuzhou province. It's not demons' territory. If we were to have a brainstorm in their territory, they would definitely be driven mad. Xianyuan Yingying was happy when she heard that it was fun. In the past 19 years, she was alone and didn't have many friends. Ever since she met Li Lingtian, she had been extremely happy. She did not have the slightest scruples in front of Li Lingtian because he did not treat her as a beauty in front of him. He did not harbor any ill intentions toward her like the others and did not restrain himself at all. As a result, the two of them became friends. Now, they were even more like siblings. Although they were not blood-related, they were still very fond of Li Lingtian. Otherwise, a girl would not be so open in front of Li Lingtian. You only know how to play. This time, you have to raise your cultivation. Li Lingtian tapped Shenyuan Yingying's forehead with his finger as he snapped. There was nothing he could do about this little girl. He was curious as to why Shenyuan Yingying could not see her cultivation level clearly. She did not have a trace of true qi on her body, but she could fly. However, Shenyuan Yingying was not a martial arts grandmaster. He couldn't tell if she was a martial arts grandmaster or a martial artist. Besides, he had never seen Shenyuan Yingying fight before. She looked like an ordinary person. Alright, I know. Yesterday, I updated 10 chapters to seek book reviews, but there was still no movement. A portion of my brothers have given me monthly votes and recommendation votes. The same goes for the book reviews. I hope that every brother will comment one every day. In this way, I will add more updates based on the number of book reviews and monthly votes. Today's data will determine tomorrow's updates. Shenyuan Yingying pouted her little mouth and said coquettishly. However, she quickly wrapped her arms around Li Lingtian's arms. Li Lingtian was shocked. A girl usually did not have many clothes and only had 2 light shirts. Now that she was hugging his arm, Shenyuan Yingying's proud chest was about to land on his arm. Most women only wore 2 pieces of clothing. Their snow-white legs were faintly discernible, and their snow-white feet were wearing a pair of exquisite brocade shoes. It was a graceful sight. However, you have to be careful when you go to Yuzhou. Although the powerful demons rarely come out, they will flock to the place where we appear. If any of them appear, you should hurry into the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian shifted his attention away from the sensation on Shenyuan Yingying's chest. This little girl was really torturing. However, when she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Shenyuan Yingying. Her snow-white breasts were slightly exposed. So be it. Why are you pretending? It's not like you haven't seen Sister Mei and Sister Meng Meng before. What's there to see? They're all the same. Oh right, between Sister Meng Meng and Sister Mei, who is older? Naturally, Shenyuan Yingying noticed Li Lingtian's gaze and her face turned red. She could not do anything about it since her clothes were like that. However, she puffed out her chest and left Li Lingtian speechless. She even said something that made Li Lingtian, Tang Zimeng, and Shun Mei feel awkward. The three of them were stunned for a moment. They were truly at a disadvantage against this little girl. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 506, Entering Yuzhou Province, 1. Chapter 506, Entering Yuzhou Province, 1. Really? Then I'll take another look. Li Lingtian smiled when he saw Shenyuan Yingying's triumphant expression. There was a hint of evilness in his smile which startled Shenyuan Yingying. She quickly covered her chest with her hands. Although she was chattering away with Li Lingtian without any defense, a girl would be afraid of being seen no matter how open she was. Even if she was Li Lingtian's wife, she would not allow herself to be so open before they got together. Naturally, a man should not be allowed to see a girl's forbidden area. Updated on B0xN0VL. Calm, Big Brother Ling Tian, you're bullying Yingying. Sister Meng Meng, Sister Mei, are you going to ignore your husband? He's bullying me. Aren't you guys jealous? Shenyuan Yingying clutched her chest. She saw the sly smiles on Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng's faces and immediately became angry. She shouted in a delicate voice. If he wanted the two girls to teach Li Lingtian a lesson, he would at least have to restrain himself. Otherwise, he would be bullied for nothing. It was hard to imagine. Yingying, our husband didn't bully you. You were the one who let husband see it. Besides, if husband could have such a good wife like you, we wouldn't care about having another sister. On the contrary, we're happy for husband because this shows that our husband's ability is not bad. Shun Mei smiled sweetly, not giving Shenyuan Yingying a chance to speak. Shenyuan Yingying felt embarrassed and wished she could find a hole to hide in. She also knew that there was something wrong with her words. She was the one who told Big Brother Ling Tian to look at her whenever he wanted to, but she wasn't shy when others looked at her. Sister Mei is right. You were the one who let Big Brother Ling Tian see it. If you were with Big Brother Ling Tian, we definitely wouldn't be jealous. We're good sisters, so why would we be jealous? Tang Zimeng giggled as well. It was not easy for her to see Shenyuan Yingying's shy look. Naturally, she could not let it go. With that, she hugged Li Lingtian's arm and rubbed her proud chest against his arm. Shenyuan Yingying was stunned and her face turned red. You're all bullying me. I'm not playing anymore. Shenyuan Yingying had no choice but to let go of Li Lingtian's arm and sat on a chair at the side. She ignored Li Lingtian and the others. When she thought about the situation she was in earlier, she was really embarrassed. Big Brother Ling Tian had only secretly looked at her, and she didn't even know how to let Big Brother Ling Tian see her. This was his sacred ground, and he could not let any man see it. However, Big Brother Ling Tian could look at it, but he would have to wait until she married Big Brother Ling Tian. Shenyuan Yingying's thoughts ran wild and her face turned even redder. Li Lingtian and the other two watched the scenery between the sky and the sea without paying any attention to Shenyuan Yingying. It was rare for this little girl to behave herself. Naturally, he would not provoke her or he would be looking for trouble. The group of 4 flew at high speed. Longde and the 3 level 5 guards were piloting the spaceship at the front while Li Lingtian and the rest were resting at the back. Lying on the chair, he looked extremely carefree. The spaceship didn't encounter any danger along the way and safely entered the territory of East River City. However, they didn't enter East River City and went around the other side. When they passed by Nanha City, they rested for a day in Nanha City. After asking around for some information, they quickly left Nanha City. The Milky Way region was vast and boundless. It was the center of the Serenity Plains, the Mystic Plains, and the Azure Plains. If they wanted to go to the Black Continent, they had to pass through the Tianhe region. After flying on the spaceship for a month, they finally left the Tianhe region and entered the Serenity Plains. The power of the Serenity Plains was tens of thousands of times stronger than that of the Azure Continent. Even the mysterious Black Continent couldn't compare to it. Moreover, most of the people in Yuzhou were demons or demonic cultivators. However, although Yuzhou was the world of the fiendish cultivators and fiends, there were still countless martial artists here. Some warriors cultivated here, while others hunted here. Li Lingtian and the others did not cause much commotion when they entered Serenity Plains. However, Shenyuan Yingying and the other 2 ladies were too beautiful and attracted the greed of countless powerhouses. Li Lingtian did not mind at all. Everyone loved beauty and the girls around him were all peerless beauties. It would be strange if no one was looking at them. There was nothing wrong with looking at them, but they couldn't be obscene. If they dared to look at them with obscene eyes, they would be courting death. Li Lingtian's aura did not change. After all, his arrival should have been known by others. If he were to unleash his demonic energy, it would definitely attract the attention of the internals. After all, he was a true human warrior. He didn't want to use his demonic chi either. This demonic chi was a trump card against the demons. It could only be used when he had no other choice. 3 days after he entered Serenity Plains, Li Lingtian sensed someone following him. Moreover, it was a super powerhouse. The real powerhouse should be a martial supreme at the 8th or 9th heaven. There was more than one of them. Let's find a place to rest first. Li Lingtian instructed Longde, who was aware that someone was following them. Although his cultivation was not enough to discover those super experts, he was a true dragon and had a unique advantage in sensing the world. Longde knew that Li Lingtian was about to make a move. With a flash, he disappeared and quickly found a place to rest. When he first arrived at Yuzhou, it was desolate everywhere, but the spiritual energy was very dense. In places with rich spiritual chi, very few demons would appear. Otherwise, it would not be spiritual chi, but dense and terrifying demonic chi. Soon, Longde found a hidden canyon. The canyon wasn't big, but they could rest there. As long as the entrance of the canyon was guarded, no one could enter. Once he entered the canyon, Li Lingtian cast a few restriction spells. With the restriction spells' protection, the Asmodeans outside would not know or see what he was doing inside. There are a total of 3 9th Firmament Martial Emperor powerhouses. Longde, bring some men to pin down this 9th Firmament Devil race. Shenyuan Qing will pin down 1 9th Firmament while I'll deal with the other. Li Lingtian called out a 9th level Martial Emperor Shenyuan family guard and 7 other Martial Emperor guards from the canyon. In this way, the 10 Martial Emperor's guards could use the combined attack formation and Longde to tie down a 9th heaven expert. Shenyuan Qing was in charge of restraining one of them, and he would deal with the other one. This subordinate understands. This subordinate understands. Longde and Shenyuan Qing agreed respectfully. Although Shenyuan Qing was a member of the Shenyuan family, he was the Shenyuan family's guard. Li Lingtian was the young master of the Shenyuan family. Naturally, their statuses were different. After saying that, the few of them began to separate and make their own arrangements. Li Lingtian recalled Shenyuan Yingying and the other 2 back into the Divine Dragon Ring. He could not afford to be distracted during the battle. He would not be at ease bringing a girl like Xianyuan Yingying along in the internals territory. Crash! After making the necessary arrangements, Li Lingtian tore apart the restriction and dashed out. The moment he came out, he saw 3 powerful demons. Among the 3 demons, one was an old man, and the other 2 were like demonic beasts. Naturally, Li Lingtian understood that these 2 demonic beasts were indeed a demon, not a demonic beast. Li Lingtian, a 9th heaven martial emperor from the devil tribe, smiled faintly. He flashed and flew toward the elder. At the same time, Longde, Xianyuan Qing, and the others also attacked. They quickly attacked the other 2 demons who looked like magical beasts. You're courting death. You're courting death. The old man was furious when he saw Li Lingtian making the first move and completely disregarding him. However, when he noticed the powerhouses around Li Lingtian, he was shocked. He then understood that he had powerful helpers. No wonder he dared to make the first move. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless when he encountered such a powerful demon. They were both martial emperors, but one was a 9th heaven martial emperor while the other was only a 1st heaven martial emperor. The difference between the 2 was too great. Rumble! Rumble! Before the 2 of them collided, 2 destructive auras had already collided. Li Lingtian's body swayed as the destructive aura collided. He retreated several meters backward. Similarly, the old man retreated several meters backward. The 2 of them collided and were evenly matched. Bang! Gotcha! Longde and the 10 guards were fighting a demon, and Xianyuan Qing was also fighting a demon. On the other hand, Li Lingtian and the old man hovered in the air without any movement as if they were waiting for the battle below to end. Li Lingtian glared at the old man coldly while a portion of his divine perception was locked onto Longde and Xianyuan Qing. He wanted to know the situation between the 2 parties. If things went south, he would have to make the first move. The old man did the same thing. He unleashed a shocking amount of demonic qi and stared at Li Lingtian's divine perception to lock onto the Asmodeans below. Do it. After I finish you off, I will finish them off. Li Lingtian looked at the battle below and could not determine the victor for the time being. This place wasn't the Azure continent or the Tianhe region, but the demon race's territory, Yuzhou. If he wasted any more time, it would be more disadvantageous to him. After saying that, he circulated all the true essence in his body. Metal will of the great path, the sword roars to the heavens and earth. The will of the great path of metal was displayed, and there was a trace of confidence on his face. The aura of his entire body soared, and the sharp force of the metal element tore through the space. His sword will filled the space. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. The pressure of the Tianyu sword supreme saint weapon also appeared, causing the old man to reveal a trace of shock. Demonic sword. The old man dared not be careless when he saw Li Lingtian unleash his saint weapon. He had witnessed Li Lingtian killing Maha in the sea area previously, so he dared not be careless. He had brought the other 2 9th-layered heavens with the intention of joining forces to kill Li Lingtian. However, he did not expect that Li Lingtian would have 9th-layered heavens by his side, which would tie down his men. This was something he had not expected. Even if he wanted to leave now, it was too late. A terrifying demonic chi appeared and immediately formed a terrifying demonic sword. The demonic sword then slashed down at Li Lingtian. The demonic sword tore the sky and earth apart as the space trembled. It ignored the space and pressed down on Li Lingtian. At the same time, Li Lingtian brandished the Tianyu sword in his hand and a sword radiance with sword momentum met the attack at an equally fast speed. Book reviews, monthly votes, recommendation votes, the more the better. When a certain number of falling flowers are added. Chapter 507, Xiaobai's Realm, 1. Chapter 507, Xiaobai's Realm, 1. A pitch-black demonic sword tore through the air. The sword light of the Tianyu sword carried a supreme sword aura. With a swing of the sword, the space trembled non-stop. Hiss! Crash! There was a slight sound in the air as the two terrifying sword lights finally collided. Updated on B0xN0VL. The sound was as if space was torn apart. Following that, a crashing sound was heard, and the two sword lights disappeared. However, just as the two sword rays disappeared, Li Lingtian and the old man disappeared in a flash. The air where the two of them were standing was pierced by a strange aura, and the space was penetrated. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian dodged the attack and kept the Tianyu sword in his hand. The heavenly fault sword appeared in his hand. The two holy weapons were identical, but only Li Lingtian could differentiate them. The heavenly fault sword continued to spin in front of him. At the same time, a ball of light appeared and exploded. A world of swords was formed within 1,000 meters of Li Lingtian. The sharp swords spun and connected with each other. The sword silks and sword gleams formed a sword net. Li Lingtian guided them with one hand and 10,000 swords flew together. The earth and sky trembled. The other two battalions stopped as well to observe Li Lingtian's movements. Dark Demon Lying. The old man was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's sword formation. He had not seen Li Lingtian kill Maha before he had cast such a sword formation. He had been paying attention to Li Lingtian's moves. He thought that he would be able to kill Li Lingtian if he could master Li Lingtian's moves. He never expected Li Lingtian to have so many heaven-grade divine powers. Immediately, the surging demonic chi from his body surged out and formed tens of thousands of demonic shadows. They rushed toward Li Lingtian in an attempt to corrupt his sword formation. CC. The sword formation was filled with countless demonic shadows. Wherever they passed, everything turned into nothingness. Even the powerful demonic shadows disappeared in front of the sword silks. Boom! With an explosion, the 10,000 swords struck the old man's body. The destructive sword silk sword net completely enveloped the old man. The evil demonic chi was constantly torn into pieces by the sword silks. The sword formation was also getting smaller and smaller, and the space for the old man to move was getting smaller and smaller. Sick. Li Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw the old man trapped by the sword array. He waved his hand and the heavenly fault sword that was hovering above the sword array struck down. A peerless saint artifact mercilessly crushed him. The saint artifact turned into a sword beam and rained down on the old man's body. Ah! With a scream, the old man emitted endless demonic chi and sword chi. The sword chi emitted from his body was penetrated by the sword chi and he fell to the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 10,000 swords mercilessly turned the space in front of them into nothingness. Even an almighty would be killed. Sick. The old man was killed. The two demon experts in the distance were also incomparably shocked. They did not expect their strongest companion to be killed in such a manner. While they were shocked, the myriad returning swords came over with a destructive aura. Longda and the other 10 guards moved away from their opponents in a flash. However, the 10 martial emperor's guards had also executed their combined attack formation. Boom! Boom! With two shocking explosions, the myriad returning swords struck the 9 heavens devil clan. At the same time, the combined attack formation also struck down. The destructive attack caused the 9th heaven martial emperor devil race to vanish into thin air. Between heaven and earth, the demonic chi, sword chi, and force wreaked havoc. Li Lingtian guided with one hand and the myriad swords vanished. A ball of light appeared in his hand and the heavenly fault sword transformed into a stream of light that entered his glabella. Rumble! Rumble! In the distance, Shenyuan Qing was fighting with a 9th firmament martial emperor from the devil race. Their strength was almost the same, but when the devil race saw that their two companions were killed one after another, their fighting spirit disappeared. Now, they only wanted to escape. However, Shenyuan Qing was extremely excited when he saw Li Lingtian's domineering attitude. Even though Li Lingtian was the young master of the Shenyuan family, the powerhouses were still loyal to him. However, they still looked down on Li Lingtian. They never expected Li Lingtian to kill a ninth heaven martial emperor with just a casual strike. His strength was several times stronger than the others. Furthermore, he had only seen a few simple moves from Li Lingtian. There must be countless trump cards that he had yet to unleash. As their fighting spirit decreased, Shen Yuanqing also suppressed his attacks. Empyrean Demon Flame. Li Lingtian's face revealed a sinister expression. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flames appeared in his palm. Instantly, a strange aura appeared in the world. Endless demonic chi was constantly burning, and the flames became stronger and stronger. The smile on Li Lingtian's face widened when he saw how powerful the flames were. It would be best to use the internals moves against them. Empyrean Demon Flame. The Asmodeans had also noticed that the blazing flames in Li Lingtian's hands were different from the rest. They exclaimed as they thought of something. Just as he was exclaiming in shock, Shen Yuanqing's destructive attack came crashing down. The infernal demonic flame in Li Lingtian's hand vanished as well. When it reappeared, it was already on the infernal tribe. Kacha! Ah! With a crack, it was as if an item had been cut open. One of the demon's arms was missing. However, what made the demon suffer was not the disappearance of his arm, but the endless flames on his body. The flames directly destroyed his demonic chi, and his mind, meridians, and everything else were destroyed in an instant. As the scream fell, the demon turned into ashes. The flames spun in the air, absorbing and burning the endless demonic chi in the air. Following Li Lingtian's recruitment, blazing flames disappeared after returning to his hand. 3 powerful 9th-level martial emperor realm demons were killed just like that. Shen Yuanqing was shocked by Li Lingtian's methods. To be honest, Li Lingtian was the one who killed the 3 9th heaven martial monarch realm experts. They had merely held back 2 of the Asmodeans. Let's go to the cold demon city. Li Lingtian's body flashed as he flew into the distance. The 10 guards, Longde and Shen Yuanqing, did not enter the Divine Dragon Ring. After entering Yuzhou province, this was the world of demons. If he was not careful, he might be killed here. He might be able to deal with a 9th-level martial emperor. However, if there were a few more, or a martial saint, he would really be finished. Cold Demon City was the first city after entering Yuzhou for 30 million miles. It was also the closest city to humans. This was the territory of the demon race, but most of the people here were demon cultivators. In other words, only humans cultivated the demon race's cultivation techniques. Although the demon race did not have a good opinion of demon cultivators, they did not rule out demon cultivators. After all, more demonic cultivators could increase the strength of the demons. At least during a war, the demons could control the cultivation of the demonic cultivators. In the cold demon city, the number of demonic cultivators and demons was almost the same, but the strength here was not simple. It was even stronger than the East River City. Li Lingtian did not attract much attention as he was a human. After all, other than demonic cultivators and demons, there were also many humans who came here to trade. After entering the city, Li Lingtian found an inn to stay in. The inns here were also run by the devil cultivators and the devil clan. They welcomed Li Lingtian and the others with joy upon their arrival. After all, in the eyes of the devil cultivators, the humans who could come here were all extremely powerful existences. The humans were also very generous. The demons were jealous of the human race's resources and had always wanted to unify the divine martial continent. However, the demons had always been suppressed in the remote Yuzhou province. They all wanted to receive human experts. Although humans and demons were irreconcilable, that was a matter between the most powerful higher-ups. There was no hatred between the demons and humans below, only conflict of interests. Unless a great war broke out between the demons and the humans, who would want to fight? No matter when or where, the real war was decided by the ruling class at the top. For the sake of power and benefits, the people below were all in a fiery state. Be careful. It seems that in less than 5 days, the experts of the demon race will catch up to us. Li Lingtian told Longde and the others after he entered the courtyard. At the same time, he summoned the other guards from the Divine Dragon Ring. 30 guards were stationed, including Shenyuan Qing and Long De. Li Lingtian could finally rest in peace. He had come here to lure the Asmodeans here and destroy the demon sealing god array blueprint in front of countless Asmodeans. This subordinate will obey. Long De and Shenyuan Qing replied respectfully. After Li Lingtian returned to his room, he entered the Divine Dragon Ring with his divine consciousness to check the cultivation progress of the demonic beasts. Needless to say, Xiaobai had been cultivating in there for nearly 2 years. Ever since the Lost Forest, Little White had been cultivating in the Divine Dragon Ring. It had been 2 years since then. In just 2 years, Little White's cultivation base had skyrocketed. Even Li Lingtian was shocked by its cultivation speed. Little White was a dragon and the princess of the dragon race. She was the only one who could cultivate a 9-colored divine dragon. In the past, she had never cultivated seriously, but when she did, her cultivation speed was naturally incomparable. Coupled with the dragon chi of the 3,000 worlds, her cultivation had now reached level 7. Li Lingtian was rendered speechless by this state. Whitey was already powerful, and its 4th rank was stronger than the other 5th ranks. Now that she was at level 7 of the 7th rank, her cultivation was equivalent to a human at the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Coupled with the dragon race and her own monstrous strength, she could even crush a demonic beast at the peak of level 9 of the 7th rank. Even a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert could only flee in front of her. Li Lingtian's face turned numb when he saw this. What's wrong? Do you still want to cultivate? Li Lingtian came before the 3,000 worlds dragon energy and looked at Little White's peerless grace. At this moment, the higher Little White's cultivation base was, the more charming it was. It was no different from Ge. Little White, Ge, and Shenyuan Yingying all had the aura of a goddess. Brother, how long have I been cultivating? Li Lingtian's face darkened when he heard Xiao Bai's words. Could it be that he had forgotten the time during his cultivation? He immediately understood and laughed. It's only been 2 years. Go out, you little girl. Li Lingtian's face was full of smiles. It turned out that this little girl had lost track of time during her cultivation. Otherwise, this playful little girl would not have cultivated for 2 years straight. However, it was good to continue cultivating like this. He had reached such a realm in 2 years. If he cultivated for a period of time, it should not be a problem for him to reach tier 7 or tier 9. Chapter 508, Thinking Wrong, 1. Chapter 508, Thinking Wrong, 1. Brother, why didn't you call me? I've been here for 2 years. Forget it. I'm going out to play for a while. Xiaobai was stunned when she heard Li Lingtian say that she had cultivated for 2 years. 2 years had passed just like that. For such a fun girl like her, she was naturally unwilling to cultivate. She regretted cultivating for such a long time all at once. Alright, wait a moment. I'll go out first. Updated on B0xN0VL. Calm, Li Lingtian smiled as he withdrew his divine consciousness from the Divine Dragon Ring. He then summoned Little White. After Little White came out, it was still elegant and otherworldly. The mysterious aura on its body became even stronger. Not only did Little White's cultivation improve, but the other demon beasts also advanced very quickly. It had been a long time since the silver-winged flying dragon had fought, and it had already reached level 3 of the 7th step. The jade-eyed beast was at tier 6, level 9, while the multicolored beast was at tier 6, level 7. Although their cultivation did not meet Li Lingtian's requirements, he was satisfied. After all, he was now a first heaven martial emperor expert with a powerful cultivation base. Under normal circumstances, he would not need to use a few demonic beasts. These demon beasts had all followed him here, and their relationship was very deep. Even if they could not become battle partners, they would still treat them as friends. In the past, they had risked their lives for him. Now that they were no longer of use, he would let them cultivate on their own and continue to grow stronger. Big brother Ling Tian, she. Xianyuan Yingying was shocked when she saw Whitey. She covered her mouth with her jade-like hand. This was because little White looked exactly like Li Lingtian. Even her clothes and smile were identical. She was a female version of Li Lingtian. She had never seen such a thing before. Hee, Yingying, you won't be able to tell the difference in the future. Don't make a mistake when the time comes. Tang Zimeng and Shan Mei were amused by Xianyuan Yingying's reaction. They used to be just as surprised, but after getting to know Xiao Bai, they weren't as surprised anymore. Her name is Xiao Bai. She is Xiao Longnu of the Dragon Clan, my younger sister. Li Lingtian looked at Xianyuan Yingying's surprised expression and was extremely satisfied. There must be a time when you're surprised. Then, he introduced Whitey to Xianyuan Yingying. Whitey was also curious about Xianyuan Yingying. After all, Xianyuan Yingying's aura and temperament carried a mysterious charm. Only someone like Ji could have this kind of temperament. She also had this kind of temperament. I have to be careful. Otherwise, I might mistake big sister Xiao Bai for big brother Ling Tian. Xianyuan Yingying sized up little White curiously. As she did so, she clicked her tongue in wonder. Little White and Li Lingtian were identical in every other aspect except for their genders. Their charm, smiles, clothes, and faces were all the same. The only difference was that Li Lingtian was a head taller than Xiao Bai. His face was masculine while Xiao Bai's was gentle. Sister Yingying, have you seen enough? Little White felt a little awkward when she saw Xianyuan Yingying sizing her up. She did not expect that there would be such a consequence if she took Li Lingtian's appearance. Alright, I'll slowly size you up in the future and see if you're the same as big brother Ling Tian. Xianyuan Yingying stopped, but there was still curiosity in her eyes. You've seen my brother. You're too bold. Xiao Bai was shocked and looked at Xianyuan Yingying curiously. She thought to herself, when did my brother find such a beautiful wife? Of course. What do you mean? You're thinking the wrong thing. What are you thinking? I've never seen it before. Xianyuan Yingying raised her head and revealed an expression that she should have. However, she felt that something was wrong in her heart. Then, she thought of something and quickly denied it. Her small face was flushed. You two little girls. This is so fun. When Tang Zimeng and Shan Mei saw Xianyuan Yingying's expression, they immediately understood what the two little girls meant. They did not expect little White to have such thoughts, so they laughed. Xianyuan Yingying wanted to see if there was any difference between little White and Li Lingtian, but little White thought that if Xianyuan Yingying were to differentiate them based on their genders, the result would naturally be different since their intentions were different. You guys. Li Lingtian's face darkened as he glared at Xiao Bai and Xianyuan Yingying. He sighed in his heart. Why was it that the yin was strong and the yang was weak? Why were the few peerless beauties like this? How could he endure this? Big brother Ling Tian, don't blame me. Big sister Xiao Bai was thinking the wrong thing. Xianyuan Yingying's face was red as she explained. However, the more she explained, the more shy she became. Alright, go back to sleep. Little White too. Go back to sleep. I want to rest. Li Lingtian did not want to argue with them anymore. If they were to withdraw, he did not know what else he would be embarrassed about. He originally thought that as a man, he didn't have to worry about losing face. In this aspect, men were naturally at an advantage. It was a kind of stimulation and temptation to say these words to a few little beauties. But now, he realized that he was the one who was passive in front of them. Alright. Xianyuan Yingying ran out as if she was trying to escape and settled down in the room opposite Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had set up countless restrictions and formations in the courtyard, as well as a powerful group of guards. Even a 9th firmament martial emperor powerhouse might not be able to break in. As long as he had the slightest reaction, he would be able to deal with everything. Brother, I'm going back to sleep too. Little White asked when he saw Shenyuan Yingying go back to sleep. Of course you have to go back to sleep. Are you going to watch us make out? Li Lingtian snapped as he flicked Little White's forehead. He, Shun Mei, and Tang Zimeng were husband and wife, so it was normal for them to be intimate. Even though Little White was an incarnation of the dragon tribe, she was still the dragon tribe's little princess, Xiao Longnu, and a peerless beauty. What's the big deal? Didn't I see you two being intimate in the past? I've seen it many times. Xiao Bai pouted and said aggrievedly. Li Lingtian felt helpless. Little White did not transform into a human before, but now, it had transformed into a peerless beauty. The transformation was completely different and the feeling was different. If Little White were to see their family now, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei would also feel uncomfortable. Go back to sleep. Li Lingtian's heart was burning when he saw Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng's shy expressions. She quickly shouted at Xiao Bai. This girl was really getting more and more disobedient as she grew up. So be it. Whitey snorted and made a face before running out. Big brother Ling Tian, I'll go back first. Tang Zimeng said when she saw that there were only the three of them in the room. If Shun Mei was not here, she would not be willing to leave. However, with Shun Mei here, even if she wanted to stay and accompany Li Lingtian, she would feel embarrassed. Little sister Meng Meng, you compensate for your husband. I'll go back and rest. Shun Mei spoke up as well. Both of them missed Li Lingtian but were too embarrassed to fight him, so they could only let him stay. Forget it. You two can stay here. I don't want to run around at night. Li Lingtian grinned wickedly as he chuckled. He could already imagine the scene of Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng serving him together. Such a scene almost drove him crazy. The two of us. Big brother Ling Tian, you're so bad. The two girls exclaimed. They had never thought of such a thing. In the past, Shun Mei and Qing Ling served Li Lingtian together. Even though they were still shy, they could still accept it. It was because serving Li Lingtian together was more exciting. However, Tang Zimeng was now a different person. She felt the same as when she first served Li Lingtian with Qing Ling. Tang Zimeng was even worse. She knew that her sister and sister Yuyan served Li Lingtian together, and she also knew that Shun Mei and Qing Ling served Li Lingtian together. However, it was her turn. Although she loved Li Lingtian to death, she was still shy when they were alone. Now that Shun Mei was here, she was even more shy. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded as he looked at Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng with a faint smile on his face. The two of them blushed and did not dare to raise their heads. It was Li Lingtian who walked forward and put his arm around Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei's shoulders before they came to the bedside. All right then. Tang Zimeng seemed to have mustered up her courage as she looked up at Li Lingtian with a red face. She reached out to help him undress. Shun Mei was shocked. She did not expect Tang Zimeng to have such courage. She then helped Li Lingtian to undress. Both of them removed their outer garments before they quickly returned to bed and covered themselves with the blanket. Li Lingtian smiled and walked inside to sleep between the two women. The three of them did not speak. Li Lingtian could hear the two ladies' heartbeats and was amused. Gradually, the two ladies were relieved to see that Li Lingtian was not moving. She moved her delicate body gently and leaned against Li Lingtian. She hugged Li Lingtian's arm and pressed her proud chest tightly against Li Lingtian's body. The three of them did not make any movements. Gradually, Li Lingtian fell asleep as well. Although he wanted to have sex with the two of them, it was Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei's first time together. Naturally, he did not want to force them. It would not be too late to come back when they were used to being together. The night was silent. Although the two girls were shy, they couldn't stand the drowsiness and fell asleep. However, she felt very safe the entire night. Although they were both girls and were eager for that kind of thing, it was a blessing to sleep next to Li Lingtian. The next day, Xianyuan Yingying blushed when she saw Li Lingtian and the other two in the same room. It was obvious what the three of them were doing together. However, this girl didn't say anything today. She knew that if she opened her mouth, she would still be the one at a disadvantage. Li Lingtian and the others cultivated in peace in the inn while waiting for the arrival of the other demonic tribe powerhouses. Although this was a little dangerous, it was still the best method. As long as they caused a huge commotion and destroyed the demon sealing god array blueprint in front of all the powerful demons, the demons would be in a mess. Chapter 509, The 9 Demon Venerables. Chapter 509, The 9 Demon Venerables. As the days passed, Li Lingtian and the others had been in Cold Demon City for 6 days. Although there was no commotion in the inn, Li Lingtian was certain that a powerhouse had arrived. However, he had no intention of making a move. Young master, there are already 7 9th-level Martial Emperor realm powerhouses here. Around the inn. It seems like they are waiting for someone. Longde greeted Li Lingtian respectfully as he walked out of the room. Updated on B0xN0VL. Calm, they looked at Li Lingtian with an unknown plan. 7 9th Firmament Martial Emperor powerhouses were still too much for their current abilities. Moreover, the other party had sent a super expert, yet they actually did not make a move. They were definitely waiting for an even more powerful fiend race. There was no news from the 9th Heaven Martial Emperor they had sent previously. They must have known that Li Lingtian was not an easy opponent. Although there were countless 9th Heaven Martial Emperors in the Infernal Tribe, the loss of one meant the loss of one. The important thing was that Li Lingtian had the Demon Sealing God Array blueprint in his hands. He did not want any accidents to happen to this blueprint. Just wait, it should be here soon. Go back to the Divine Dragon Ring later. This place isn't suitable for you anymore. Li Lingtian took a look at Longde, who was a Tier 7, Level 5 Martial Emperor. Even if he was powerful, he was useless against a Tier 9 Martial Emperor. Instead of being a burden outside, he might as well enter the Divine Dragon Ring. If there was any danger, he could escape alone. Now, he had 3 9th-level Martial Emperor Realm Guards by his side. Coupled with his own methods, it was still possible for him to deal with 4 9th-level Martial Emperors. However, this time, he did not plan to make a move. Instead, he left after destroying the Demon Sealing God Array blueprint. The other party wanted to wait for a super expert. His heart also thumped. The 9 heavens did not dare to make a move, so the person they were waiting for should be in existence at the Martial Saint level. Even if he wasn't a Martial Saint, he was still in existence at the peak of the 9th heaven. It was also possible that it was a 9th-level Martial Emperor with terrifying strength. He was at the 1st-level Martial Emperor realm and could control mysterious skills and treasures. Since the devil race was powerful, it was naturally possible that it was the same. Young master, even if it's a 9th heaven Martial Monarch realm expert, I can still withstand it for a while. Longde was shocked when he heard Li Lingtian's words. He knew that the opponent Li Lingtian had provoked was not someone he could help. As a subordinate, if his position in his master's heart could be ignored, it would be a crisis. I don't want to fight them. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he looked up at the sky with a frown. He quickly entered the room and in a flash, he arrived at Xianyuan Yingying and Little White's room. After everything was done, they returned to the courtyard again. Longde and the others also revealed shocked expressions. The 30 guards had already formed 3 joint attack formations. Xianyuan Qing also looked at the sky solemnly, and his heart trembled. The atmosphere in the air was oppressive. Although there were no experts, this feeling made it almost impossible for people to breathe. The demonic aura in the sky became denser and denser, and the originally quiet space gradually became restless. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 9 figures floated in the air strangely. 9 ninth level Martial Emperor realm demons emitted a dense and shocking demonic aura. Die. When the 9 ninth level Martial Emperors arrived, a cold voice sounded in the air. As soon as the voice fell, a destructive demonic chi pressure with the power to tear space came crashing down. Instantly, the space seemed to be about to explode. The 30 guards, Long De, and Xianyuan Qing all felt the threat of death and did not have the slightest intention to resist. After the demonic chi pressure, a huge demonic palm slammed down like a small mountain, completely ignoring the countless demons below. Earth Tao Intent, Heaven Flipping Seal. Metal Will of the Great Path, extremely divine. The Will of the Tao of Water, Ice for 10,000 miles. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw such power. When the demons attacked, they did not have the slightest scruples. They were completely slaughtering. Even if they were of the same kind, they would also kill endlessly. Li Lingtian did not have the slightest bit of confidence in facing such a destructive demonic palm. He channeled all his true essence and unleashed 3 types of Tao wills almost simultaneously. Kacha. Kacha. Boom. Pft. The 3 Tao wills were shattered and Li Lingtian's body was struck hard. His body was also thrown out with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was even more shocked. He hadn't even seen the person, but he was already mercilessly crushed. This was the first time he had encountered such an attack. The martial monarch realm experts of the guards were also sent flying by the impact. Even Xianyuan Qing was severely injured. Human, you should know why I'm here. I'll give you 3 seconds to hand over the Demon Sealing God Array blueprint, and I'll give you a quick death. In the air, the aura of destruction wreaked havoc, and the entire inn within a radius of 200 meters was reduced to ashes. Countless Asmodeans fell under the palm strike. Li Lingtian's body fell to the ground with a look of horror in his eyes. An old man in embroidered clothes appeared in the air. If it weren't for the faint demonic chi on his body, he wouldn't have been associated with an expert. Demon Venerable. 9 Demon Venerable. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise. The last time the Divine Wind Martial Saint mentioned the appearance of the 9 Demon Venerable, the latter was also injured. He did not expect the 9 Demon Venerable to appear now. Furthermore, the aura on his body had completely surpassed that of a Martial Supreme. Needless to say, this old man's cultivation had long recovered. He was like a Martial Saint. A Martial Saint was indeed a Martial Saint. A Martial Supreme could not compare to him at all. With his cultivation and strength, coupled with his will of the Great Path, it would not be a problem for him to protect himself, let alone attack others. However, he did not expect this Demon Venerable to mercilessly suppress his 3 Tao wills. If it were not for the true dragon body protection and the limitless feather coat, he would have died under this palm. Not bad, not bad. There's actually a human who remembers me. It's already impressive that you're able to withstand a palm strike from me. You can be proud of yourself. The 9 Demon Venerable was indeed him. He did not expect that his destructive attack would not destroy this little human in front of him. The palm strike just now could kill even a devil at the peak of the 9th Heaven Martial Emperor realm, let alone a 1st Heaven human. Rumors had it that this human was very powerful. A 1st Heaven Martial Emperor had killed countless Martial Emperors of his demon race and even killed a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor. If it was not for the Demon Sealing God Array blueprint, he would not have ambushed a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor human. It would be too embarrassing. He had never expected that the other party would still survive when he was a Martial Saint who had ambushed a Martial Supreme. Proud? The Demon Venerable of the Devil race is nothing much. He failed to kill me, a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor, even after a sneak attack. How embarrassing. You want the blueprint of the Demon Sealing God Array? Alright, I'll give it to you. Li Lingtian stood up with blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face was ghastly pale. He could kill a 9th Heaven Martial Monarch realm expert, but he was nothing more than an ant when facing this Martial Saint. He had seen Martial Saints before, and they were countless times stronger than this martial saint from the devil race. The 4 Xianyuan saints were super 9th heavenly layer martial saints. However, the 4 saints of Xianyuan had never revealed any aura, so he couldn't sense their power. This 9 demon venerable in front of him was definitely the strongest one he had ever seen. Under this attack, he did not even have the ability to resist at all. Come in. Li Lingtian walked forward step by step. At this moment, all the guards had gathered together and stood in front of Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian did not expect the guards to stop him. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the divine dragon ring was activated and Xianyuan Qing and the rest disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already inside the divine dragon ring. Dozens of guards are injured. Even if I use the combined attack formation, it's impossible for me to threaten the 9 demon venerables. Rather than sending myself to death, I might as well face it alone. The demon sealing god array blueprint appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the blueprint appeared in front of 9 demon venerable and the others. Hand it over, and I can give you a quick death. The 9 demon venerable's face was filled with excitement and greed as he saw the divine dragon ring in Li Lingtian's hand. It must be a space treasure since it could take away all the guards. Space treasure. Even if he was the 9 demon venerable of Yuzhou, a martial saint, he did not have a space treasure. He only used some slightly stronger storage bags. Swoosh! Li Lingtian's body flashed as a cruel smile appeared on his face. His entire body was already suspended in the air, on the same level as 9 demon venerable. After he flew up, the 9 ninth heaven martial emperor demons surrounded Li Lingtian. With that, it would be too late for Li Lingtian to escape. Do you want the blueprint? Li Lingtian used his tongue to lick the blood at the corner of his mouth. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face and he gave off a sinister vibe. His entire body's aura also erupted. Dragon energy, shocking dragon energy. However, there was also a shocking sword intent in this dragon chi. The space trembled in front of this strange aura. Lowly human. No, no, no. I'm gonna pick. Fight. Ban. Respect. Demon Venerable 9 said coldly. His entire body emitted demonic chi, and traces of death aura appeared in the air. A martial saint was furious. Everyone below the martial saint realm was an ant. As a powerful martial saint powerhouse, he was almost invincible. It was already a little embarrassing for him to deal with a first-level martial emperor. Moreover, he had brought 9 ninth-level martial emperor subordinates with him. His sneak attack was originally meant to kill the other party in one move. This way, he could also regain some face because he mercilessly crushed a martial artist. As long as he killed him in an instant, no one would be able to see his power. However, he did not expect that his sneak attack would still be blocked by this first-level martial emperor realm human. In his opinion, this was already very embarrassing. As soon as the voice fell, the aura of the space also became strange, completely beyond the imagination of the martial artists. It was as if a demon god had descended into the world, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. P.S. There are 30 monthly votes, 200 reviews, and 200 recommendation votes today. Chapter 510, The Demon Lord's Rage, 1. Chapter 510, The Demon Lord's Rage, 1. The demon venerable's pressure caused the space to tremble. Li Lingtian's face began to contort as he endured the crushing pressure of destruction. However, there was a cruel look on his face and a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. The 9 heavenly stars. Li Lingtian endured the demon lord's pressure and activated his ice soul martial soul. His eyes were cold. Updated on B0xN0VL. Calm, the 9 ninth level martial emperor realm demons had sealed off Li Lingtian's escape route. In fact, they all knew that a first-level martial emperor human would not be able to fight back against the demon supreme. However, at that moment, Li Lingtian's eyes flashed as he activated the 5 elements Tao will at the same time. 99 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared beside him. The 5-colored spiritual pearls formed a strange formation. The moment the 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth rushed over. CC. All the spiritual chi within 100 miles was sucked dry and absorbed into the 5-colored spiritual pearls around Li Lingtian. With a soft shout, the 9 heaven stars was unleashed. Instantly, everything within 1,000 meters of Li Lingtian was sealed. An invisible light shield trapped the 9 ninth-level martial emperor realm demons and the demon supreme. The 9 demon venerables and the 9 ninth firmament martial emperor realm demons were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian's heaven-defying almighty skill. This almighty skill was beyond their imagination. The appearance of the 9 skies star was too sudden. They did not expect Li Lingtian to retaliate. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. 9 demon venerable unleashed a strange demonic chi and wrapped himself up. Pfft! The sound of blood spurting out rang out. The 9 ninth-level martial emperor realm demons spurted out blood, and their faces were filled with fear. Die! Li Lingtian's eyes were filled with madness as he circulated his 5 elements will to the extreme. With a single clench of his hand, the light shield of the 9 skies of stars exploded. The 9 ninth-level martial emperor realm demons and the 9 demon venerables disappeared as the light shield shattered. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully unleashing the 9 skies of stars was undoubtedly courting death, but there was no turning back now. In the sky, 10 figures appeared. 9 of them were martial emperors from the demon clan and 1 was 9 demon venerables. 9 of the 10 figures gradually faded away and turned into dust. 9 demon venerables spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with anger. Spacetime traceless. The smile on Li Lingtian's face grew wider as the stars in the 9 skies vanished. No matter how furious the 9 demon venerable was, he could not care less now. He looked at the 9 demon venerable coldly. Pfft! When 9 demon venerables saw Li Lingtian's smile, a chill ran down his spine. This was the first time he felt threatened by a first firmament martial emperor. In his consciousness, this human had already left a shadow on him. Anger rose in him, but he could not muster up anything else. Another shocking wave of demonic chi came pressing down on Li Lingtian. At the same time, the appearance of the demonic chi caused 9 demon venerable to spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at his abdomen with disbelief. A small bloody wound appeared on his abdomen. His entire body had been penetrated by a strange attack. Bang! The destructive demonic chi bombarded Li Lingtian's body and he was thrown into the air. Blueprints. Here you go. The moment Li Lingtian threw himself out, an exquisite flying knife appeared in his hand. The flying knife was glowing with a magnificent light and gave off a life-devouring aura. You dare! Human, you will die a horrible death. 9 demon venerable looked at Li Lingtian, who had been sent flying by his attack, with a silent expression. He had been ambushed and suffered 2 consecutive serious injuries. Both injuries had nearly taken his life. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know how the wound on his abdomen came about. No one could hurt his body as a martial saint of the demon race, but he had to suffer the damage of destruction. At that moment, her heart tightened when she saw the blueprint in Li Lingtian's hand. She felt that something bad was about to happen. However, he did not know what was about to happen. Finally, a ball of ice flame appeared in Li Lingtian's hand that was holding the blueprint. The ice flame quickly enveloped the blueprint. Upon seeing the ice flame, the 9 demon venerable knew what Li Lingtian was up to. Li Lingtian wanted to destroy the forbidden demon god formation blueprint so that the Asmodeans would lose their chance. It was too late to stop him. The icy frost flame in Li Lingtian's hand vanished and the blueprint was scattered in the air. Rumble. There was a thunderous sound in the air as a pair of crystalline wings appeared on Li Lingtian's shoulders. The wings were covered in electric arcs and with a flap of the wings, Li Lingtian disappeared. Damn it! Nine Demon Venerable was furious when he saw Li Lingtian trying to escape. If Li Lingtian were to escape from him, he would certainly lose face in the divine martial continent. Furthermore, he was a martial saint. After ambushing a first firmament martial emperor, not only did he fail to kill Li Lingtian, he had even killed 9 of his subordinates. He had also suffered several consecutive serious injuries. After being beaten to such a state by a human first-level martial emperor, he really did not have the face to face anyone. Just as he was about to chase after Li Lingtian, he saw the blueprints on the other side. The blueprints were the most important. In his divine consciousness, Li Lingtian's figure was already 100 miles away. He was shocked to the core. Teleportation was not that exaggerated. With one hand and one body, a ball of demonic chi grabbed the blueprint with the ice flame in his hand. Tisk! The moment the blueprint came into contact with the demonic chi, it emitted a soft sound. This soft sound was like thunder in 9 Demon Venerable's ears. He thought that this was not good, but it was already too late. Ice flames appeared on the blueprint. The ice flames collided with the demonic chi, and the blueprint quickly shattered into pieces when the ice flames collided with the demonic chi. Ah, ah! Rumble! Boom! Pft! Detestable, extremely detestable. The blueprint was shattered into pieces in front of the countless demons in the cold demon city. The 9 Demon Venerable's eyes darkened and he almost fainted. He did not expect the blueprint to actually turn into pieces in his hands. How could he withstand such an impact? A few hundred years ago, half of the blueprint was taken away by the divine wind martial saint, but now, this half was destroyed in his hands. Furious demonic chi soared into the sky. The 9 Demon Venerable could not hold it in anymore. The demonic chi in his entire body bombarded the heaven and earth. The ground collapsed and space was torn apart. Countless demons disappeared in the face of destruction. Those slightly stronger demons hurriedly fled. In his rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured by the 9 Skies Stars scheme and Li Lingtian's traceless spacetime. Although he managed to dodge the attack by relying on his senses and was not killed, his abdomen was severely injured. Now that he was enraged, it affected his injuries and made them even more serious. He glared coldly at the direction Li Lingtian had fled in and was about to give chase in a flash. Lord 9 Demon Venerable, the Great Demon Venerable has given the order. A faint voice sounded in the air, causing 9 Demon Venerable to stop. He was forced to stop, and his injuries increased. His face was pale and ugly. Speak. The 9th Demon Venerable turned around and looked at the demonic shadow in the sky. The demonic shadow rolled over and arrived in front of 9 Demon Venerable. A series of subtle voices reached 9 Demon Venerable's ears. What? There's a strange sign in the Heaven Ascension Tower? Where are the others? 9 Demon Venerable exclaimed in shock. As a Demon Venerable, he had actually become so shocked. There was definitely nothing simple about it. On the ground in the distance, countless demons looked at the Demon Venerable in the sky with incomparable curiosity. I'll rush to the Heaven Ascension Tower and tell them to hurry. I'll kill this human first. 9 Demon Venerable's body flashed and disappeared in an instant. The demonic shadow in the sky also disappeared. Cold Demon City was left in a mess. All the demons, demonic cultivators, and humans were shocked. A human at the first heaven of the Martial Emperor realm had actually killed 9 Ninth Heaven Martial Emperor realm demons, injured the Demon Venerable, and destroyed the blueprint. He had escaped just like that. Such a terrifying method shocked everyone. Although that human was also severely injured, he was definitely a heaven-defying existence to be able to escape from 9 ninth level Martial Monarch realm experts and the Martial Saint Demon Venerable. Swoosh! Li Lingtian flapped his thunderclap wings continuously as the vital essence in his body was rapidly consumed. As it flashed, it used the devouring light to recover its true essence. This was the only way to support the consumption of the thunderclap wings. The injuries in his body were already so serious that they were unbearable to look at. He never expected a martial saint like Demon Venerable to come, nor did he expect a martial saint to be so terrifying. Thinking about how terrifying a martial saint was, he still had lingering fear. If he did not want to die, he would not dare to fight a martial saint like the Demon Venerable. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he did not dare to stop because he had used his heaven-defying divine sense to sense that Demon Venerable was following him closely about 2,000 miles behind. Although he could not catch up to him in a short period of time, it would be a piece of cake for the Demon Saint to catch up to him as time passed. Fei Long, come out. Li Lingtian paused for a moment before he activated the divine dragon ring the moment he teleported. The silver-winged flying dragon appeared in the air. The silver-winged flying dragon noticed the blood on Li Lingtian's lips and his face. It was obvious that Li Lingtian was severely injured and was being pursued by a powerhouse. Without any hesitation, he brought Li Lingtian through the air. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness was keeping an eye on the back, worried that the Demon Venerable might use some strange secret skill. The silver-winged flying dragon continued to shuttle through the air, not aiming for a single target. With Dao intent, all things revive. Li Lingtian sat on the back of the silver-winged flying dragon and allowed it to fly freely. He observed the situation behind him and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed the wood will of the way. Instantly, 100 miles of pine forest was formed behind him. The will of the earth, desert quicksand. Another will of the great path of earth was displayed. Immediately, a desert with a radius of 100 miles appeared. The fool in the desert emitted a faint aura. Rumble. Rumble. After a short while, an explosion sounded behind him. The Demon Venerable destroyed the pine forest in front of him and removed the obstruction in front of him. Even though the pine forest was not large, Demon Venerable did not dare to be careless in case Li Lingtian sneaked up on him. He was already wary of this human. After passing through the pine forest, Li Lingtian was now 2,000 miles away from them. If you have recommendation votes, monthly votes, and book reviews, add more. 200 book reviews, 30 monthly votes, 100 recommendation votes. Chapter 511, Demon Suppression Secretly, 1. Chapter 511, Demon Suppression Secretly, 1. Rustle, rustle. 100-mile-wide sea of sand soared into the sky and bombarded Demon Venerable like a sandstorm. In the sky, dust filled the sky. The dust isolated his divine sense, and his vision was dark. Detestable, extremely detestable. Demon Venerable did not expect Li Lingtian to set up obstacles in front of him. These obstacles were hard to guard against. Updated on B0xN0VL. These obstacles were the 5 elements Dao intent that Li Lingtian had forcefully displayed. No matter how powerful the Demon Venerable was, he would definitely fall for it if he was not paying attention. Although he could not kill the Demon Venerable, he could block it for a while and delay the Demon Venerable's speed. This way, he would have more chances to escape. He felt a trace of regret in his heart. He shouldn't have come to Yuzhou to take the risk. This Demon Venerable's power was beyond his imagination. In his calculations, even if the Demon Venerable appeared, he could easily escape or use his guards to kill him. However, he did not expect the Demon Venerable's cultivation to be so terrifying. However, it was too late to regret now. Moreover, regret was not in his personality. It was just that he was afraid of Demon Venerable's strength just now. He had underestimated the strength of a martial saint. Fei Long, what happened? Li Lingtian stood atop the silver-winged flying dragon and allowed it to fly freely. He did not even look ahead. Instead, he used the 5 elements Dao intent to create a strange barrier. As time passed, Li Lingtian gradually felt dizzy. His injuries were very serious, and he had continuously used various skills of the 5 elements Dao intent to restrict the Demon Venerable's speed. However, the price he had paid was obvious. His primeval essence was completely exhausted, and 9 Demon Venerable was still 2,000 miles away. However, a distance of 2,000 miles was only a moment's effort for a martial saint powerhouse. Now that he was about to make a move, Li Lingtian could sense that something was amiss as he and Fei Long had already entered the thick demonic qi. "Young master, we have entered the demon suppression secrets." The silver-winged flying dragon was already at the 7th step, and it was already time for it to transform. However, the silver-winged flying dragon was not used to transforming. Moreover, to the demon race, it was only when it was in its true form that it was the strongest. He was now at level 3 rank 7, which was equivalent to the cultivation of a 3rd heaven martial emperor. With such cultivation and the advantage of being a sky king, his speed was shocking. Otherwise, 9 Demon Venerable would not have been able to catch up even after using countless secret techniques. Moreover, in terms of endurance, no one could compare to a silver-winged flying dragon. Otherwise, it would be an insult to the title of the King of the Sky. Demon suppression secrets. Li Lingtian was shocked and thought to himself that this was not good. He did not have any spirit chi to use in this place. Even if he cast the devouring light, he would only be devouring demonic qi. The demon suppression secrets was the most terrifying place in Yuzhou province. It was no different from the forbidden land of the demon clan. It was full of demonic qi, endless demonic beasts, and unknown dangers. Compared to the previous Devil Canyon, it was on a completely different level. In this place, not to mention martial kings and martial grandmasters, even martial emperors, martial supremes, and even martial sovereigns did not dare to come easily. "Young master, in the demon suppression secrets, this subordinate can't tell the direction. What should we do? Why don't we fly around? With my speed, that guy won't be able to catch up in a short time." The silver-winged flying dragon's eyes flashed with shock. After entering this place, its divine sense could not determine the direction. It was completely flying blindly. Naturally, it would not be foolish enough to return to flight, as that would automatically send itself to its death. No need. Just hang in there and fly straight in. It's safer here. If we go out, he'll find me directly. If it doesn't work, I'll just use my devil technique. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke to the silver-winged flying dragon. Although there was no spirit chi in this place, it was a place of death for human warriors. However, it was an exception for Li Lingtian as he controlled the Holy Demon Ring. He also used Holy Demon Chi and True Demon Chi in his body. Although he did not deliberately cultivate it, it just so happened that he had the strongest treasures and cultivation techniques of the demon race. If the demon race knew about this, it would be strange if they did not vomit blood. If he was outside, even if he encountered a martial artist, he would also be locked onto by 9 Demon Venerable's consciousness. However, if he came here, he would definitely encounter many demons, and they would all be experts of the demon race. If he had no other choice, he would change his aura to demonic qi. I understand. Then I will fly at full speed. Young master, you watch. After I shake that guy off, I will hide so that he won't find me. The silver-winged flying dragon was overjoyed when it heard that. It began to flee for its life, forgetting that Li Lingtian was also in control of the Nephilim race's true treasures and ultimate cultivation techniques. The Nephilim race could not have imagined such an exception. If he were to cast his demonic art here, 9 Demon Venerable would never expect Li Lingtian to possess it. By then, he would have to search for Li Lingtian everywhere. However, he understood that Li Lingtian could transform into a demon, but he could not hide his demonic qi. Instead of being a burden to Li Lingtian, it would be better to hide and let 9 Demon Venerable search for him. All right. Li Lingtian only uttered one word. His voice was extremely weak and he did not even have the strength to speak. The meridians in his body were constantly being damaged, and if he did not suppress his injuries, they would only worsen. After he finished speaking, he sat down powerlessly. His divine sense spread out behind him, staring at 9 Demon Venerable who was flying at high speed. In his divine sense, every time the 9 Demon Venerable flashed, he would cover a distance of dozens of miles. At this speed, 2000 would only need 20 seconds to catch up. Fortunately, he had the speed of the silver-winged flying dragon. Otherwise, even if he was not injured, he would have been killed by the 9 demon venerable. In a place like this, the 9 demon venerables were completely in control. With an inexhaustible supply of demonic chi, they did not care about the consumption of demonic chi at all. Instead, they were focused on pursuing Li Lingtian. Damn it! Is he still at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm? He's so fast. I want to see how long you can last. There will always be a time when your true essence is exhausted. 9 demon venerables' divine consciousness was also locked onto Li Lingtian, who was in front of him. He was shocked as well. He did not expect that he would be left behind even after giving chase. However, he knew that Li Lingtian was severely injured. A first firmament martial emperor flying like this was definitely the end of a powerful attack. It would not be long before he could not hold on. Suppressing demons in the dark. You really don't want to take the path to heaven, but you barged into hell. 9 demon venerable's body flashed. He suddenly discovered the dense demonic chi in front of him and the terrain in front of him. His expression immediately became shocked and excited. He understood the hidden dangers of suppressing demons, but a human coming here was courting death. Moreover, the matter that he had to deal with happened to be here. He didn't expect it to be so convenient. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Not good, what happened? Did he die? Just as they entered the demon suppression secrets, the expression on 9 demon venerables' face changed. In his consciousness, the human who was locked onto suddenly disappeared, escaping from the consciousness's lock. Search the world. When 9 demon venerable realized that Li Lingtian was no longer under the surveillance of his divine consciousness, he was shocked. He quickly accelerated his flight and cast a forbidden spell. However, he did not find any trace of Li Lingtian either. His expression changed a few times before a shocking demonic chi soared into the sky. The demon clan's most mysterious tracking technique was unleashed. Instantly, a mysterious aura locked onto everything within a radius of 10,000 miles, and they quickly began to search. Pfft! Within a few seconds, they had searched the area within 10,000 miles. However, they did not find any trace of Li Lingtian. Instead, they did discover the presence of a few humans. Realizing this, 9 demon venerable was startled. He quickly flew towards the few people with human auras. Damn it! It's fake. It's still fake. It's fake again, it's still fake. Suppressing demon let out a blood-curdling scream as 6 to 7 human martial emperor powerhouses were crushed to death. 9 demon venerable locked onto a few humans in his divine consciousness, but none of them were Li Lingtian. In his rage, he killed them all. There were countless humans and demons in the demon suppression sect. However, it was impossible for 9 demon venerable to kill all the humans. Even if he killed all the humans, he would not be able to find Li Lingtian. By the time he killed the humans, Li Lingtian would have left long ago. When he saw a first firmament martial emperor escaping right under his nose, 9 demon venerable was furious. He used his divine sense to the extreme and swept a glance at the humans in every demon suppression sect. Experts had very powerful divine senses, but within a certain range, they could clearly see the other party's appearance and cultivation technique. However, beyond a certain range, they could only determine the aura and could not see the other party's appearance. Even the 9 demon saint could only see the other party within 500 miles. He could only roughly tell the other party's aura and cultivation from 1,000 miles away. However, from 3,000 miles away, his divine sense could only see a trace of the other party's aura. He could not even see the other party's cultivation and race. Finding Li Lingtian in a place like this was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Pfft! Li Lingtian, who had been targeted by the 9 demon venerable and had disappeared, was hiding in a bush as he spat out a mouthful of blood. A faint demonic aura was emitted from his body. He was now completely a demon. Although his appearance hadn't changed, his temperament and aura were all characteristics of the demon race. If the 9-demon venerable had not seen it in front of him, he would never believe that he was Li Lingtian. After all, Li Lingtian was now a demon among demons. He possessed the most powerful cultivation technique of the demon race, the most mysterious saint demon chi and true demon chi of the demon race, and the supreme treasure of the demon race. Li Lingtian did not dare to be too strong at this moment. His cultivation was only at the first heaven martial emperor realm and his demonic chi was as pure as a normal demon. If he was too conspicuous, the 9-demon venerables might notice him. 9-demon venerable definitely did not expect that his opponent would be within 10,000 miles of him, but he had no way to find him because there were not many humans within 10,000 miles. There were only countless demons, and he was one of them. Chapter 512, The True Saint Demon Scripture. Chapter 512, The True Saint Demon Scripture. What a terrifying martial saint! Li Lingtian thought to himself. His face was pale and his spirit was extremely weak. Now, he did not have any true essence in his body. He did not even have any demonic chi. Although he did not cultivate the saint demon's true understanding, his demonic chi could be used with his vital essence. The more vital essence he had, the more demonic chi he had. However, he had already exhausted his true essence just now. Moreover, he had also used the heaven-defying pill. In other words, he could not use the heaven-defying pill to recover his cultivation today. Updated on B0xN0VL. Similarly, even if he could use it, he did not dare to use it. After all, the heaven-defying pill was used to recover true essence. If he recovered true essence, he would be discovered by the 9-demon venerable. At that time, he would be able to discover his secret. After discovering his secret, the consequences were unimaginable. Do I really have to cultivate the Saint Demon quintessence? I can't cultivate the Saint Demon quintessence. I already have the Holy Demon Ring, the Holy Demon quintessence, and the Heaven's Wand. What's wrong with cultivating a little? What if something happens after cultivating the true Saint Demon understanding? If I don't cultivate the Saint Demon quintessence, I won't be able to recover my cultivation and injuries. I'll also die here. In Li Lingtian's mind, two consciousnesses were struggling. One of them wanted to cultivate the Saint Demon's quintessential understanding while the other did not. Although he did not rule out the cultivation techniques of the demons, he did not want to take the initiative to cultivate them. At this moment, it was difficult for him to make a decision. All origins come from the same clan. The cultivation techniques of the demons and humans are the same. They are all for the sake of strengthening themselves. I-11. No matter what cultivation technique you use, it's all for the sake of killing. As long as you're strong, no one will dare to criticize you, because you're a powerhouse. Forget it. I've already grasped the Holy Demon Ring and everything about the demons. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. After much consideration, Li Lingtian finally decided to accept the cultivation of the Saint Demon quintessence. He already had the Saint Demon Chi and True Demon Chi in his body. Although it was very little, it was enough. He had used the Heaven Wand before. Even if he hadn't cultivated it before, he had the Devil Chi of the Devil race. Now that he was cultivating it, he could only control it and recover his injuries at the same time. After making his decision, Li Lingtian closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Holy Demon quintessence. He didn't have to worry about this place. There were huge bushes and shrubs everywhere. There were also magic beasts and demons. He hid in a bush and decided not to be discovered. No one would have thought that Li Lingtian, the powerful and heaven-defying martial arts genius and alchemy saint, would be hiding in a bush. The Holy Demon quintessence left Li Lingtian speechless as he did not need to comprehend it. It was as if he was born a demon or he had learned it long ago. The powerful cultivation methods inside shocked him. Even the heaven and earth reincarnation and the true dragon body protection couldn't compare to the Empyrean demon canon in terms of cultivation speed. It was no wonder that the devil race's cultivation speed was so fast. The Saint Devil's true understanding was even faster. Li Ling Tian did not want to fret over his easy comprehension of the holy demon's quintessence. Instead, he attributed it to his own knowledge. After all, the cultivation method he cultivated was like a sacred book and his skills were heaven-tier superpowers. There were even almighty techniques like the 9 heaven stars and the 5 elements Tao intent. These were all heaven-defying existences. Furthermore, the eye of the divine soul allowed him to think faster. These were the key to understanding the Saint Demon's quintessence easily. As for whether it was true or not, Li Ling Tian did not dwell on it. He briefly understood the matters of the demon race. The demon race was the same as humans, and their cultivation levels were the same. However, the demon race had a very strict hierarchy. In the divine martial continent, it was the world of humans, so the demon race did not have any names. However, those who reached the martial saint level were called demon venerables. Above demon venerables were the powerful demon emperors. Demon venerable, demon emperor, demon lord, demon emperor, demon ancestor, demon god, and the even more powerful great demon god. These titles were only used to address the experts of the demon race. They were not used to address their cultivation realms. Their cultivation realms were the same as humans. After understanding all this, Li Ling Tian followed the gaze of the person who came in from the bushes and looked at the sky. It was already dark and he could cultivate now. The demon suppression secrets was the most mysterious and powerful place in Yuzhou province. It was also the most terrifying place. It was also regarded as a forbidden place by the demon race. However, this place didn't prohibit humans and demons from coming here. Countless demons and humans came here in search of medicinal herbs and demonic beasts. However, the experts who dared to come here were all martial emperors, martial venerables, and martial emperors. There were even powerful and heaven-defying martial saints. Although martial saints were rare, it was possible for them to appear in this place. In the past, there were not many humans and demons who came here, nor were there many experts. However, in the past few days, top-notch experts of the demons and humans had quietly entered. They could see martial emperor powerhouses and even martial saint powerhouses. Brother Mo Tian, the opening of the forbidden area this time should be related to the heaven-reaching demon tower, right? That's right. I've received reliable news that the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower has opened. Countless powerhouses have entered this place. There are even quite a number of human powerhouses who have come here. Although the two of us are at the 9th level martial monarch realm, we can't be careless. Of course. 9th firmament martial emperor realm is very powerful outside, but it's nothing in here. I heard that 9 demon venerables and 7 demon venerables are here too. Of course. This place belongs to the devil race. Since the humans have 2 martial saints, we naturally can't underestimate them. From time to time, there would be 1 or 2 demon or human powerhouses at the 8th or 9th level of the martial emperor realm in the demon suppression sect. They were all heading in the same direction, for the mysterious heavenly demon tower. As for what was inside the heaven-reaching demon tower, nobody knew. Even demons didn't know what was inside the heaven-reaching demon tower. Time passed day by day, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Ling Tian opened his eyes with a calm expression on his face. His spirit had recovered. The divine soul eye appeared on his forehead. It was shaped like a 3-petaled blood-red lotus flower, making him look extremely demonic. In 10 days, he had already mastered the Saint Demon True Scripture, and the true demon chi in his body was extremely pure. Although he had mastered the Saint Demon True Understanding, he could not use the Saint Demon Chi. He could only use the true demon chi because the Saint Demon Chi was the most mysterious and powerful demonic chi of the demon race. It was even stronger than the true demon chi. True devil chi could only be cultivated by the bloodline of the royal family of the devil race. It was also a unique characteristic of the royal family. If he didn't have the holy demon ring, he wouldn't have known that the demon race still had the holy demon chi. Perhaps only the demon emperor knew about the holy demon chi. However, controlling true devil chi was also a heaven-defying existence. Any demonic chi had to submit in front of true devil chi. Although his cultivation base was at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm, his demonic chi was also at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. Yes. With a soft shout, the demonic chi on his body disappeared. Except for the three-petal lotus flower that appeared in the soul eye between his eyebrows, he looked ordinary. It was impossible to tell whether he was a demon or a human. However, her elegant temperament was even more attractive. She was unrestrained, elegant, and otherworldly. Tyrant demonic dragon kill. 9 heavenly devil finger. True demon god destroying palm. There was a faint smile on Li Lingtian's face. There were 9 skills in the holy demon quintessence. The first 3 were top-notch heaven-rank mystical powers. With his current cultivation base, he could only cultivate the first 3 moves. He could not see the rest of the moves at all. He had to cultivate and improve to know. Although the 3 heaven-grade divine powers were only heaven-grade divine powers in the Saint Demon True Record, they were indeed as powerful as taboos in the demon race. Swoosh! His body flashed as he flew forward at high speed. After so many days, Li Lingtian believed that the 9 demon venerable had left. Now, he had to find a way to leave. Otherwise, if he continued to stay in this demon suppression secret, he could only be a demon for the rest of his life. Li Lingtian did not have to worry about being attacked by the other demons after cultivating the Saint Demon's quintessence. In this place, the demons were naturally united. If he was alone, he would naturally be treated as prey. Boom! A stream of demonic chi soared into the sky and came crashing down on Li Lingtian. The demonic chi carried a destructive erosive force that pierced through space and headed straight for Li Lingtian's back. Ignorant! There was a faint sneer on Li Lingtian's face. He hated being ambushed the most, not to mention the opponent was a demon powerhouse. Without turning around, he slapped his palm behind him. Immediately, a shocking true devil chi turned into a palm print and ruthlessly smashed towards the sneak attack. Rumble! Pfft! With a loud explosion, Li Lingtian turned around and stared coldly at a 7th heaven martial emperor from the infernal tribe. The body of the 7th heaven martial emperor from the demon clan swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with fear as he stared at Li Lingtian in disbelief. True devil chi. How is this possible? How can you have true devil chi? The 7th heaven martial emperor looked at Li Lingtian in horror. At first, he thought that Li Lingtian was a human, a 1st heaven martial emperor. However, he did not expect that not only did he not kill the other party with his sneak attack, but he was also beaten half to death by the other party's casual palm. Moreover, he discovered that this young man was a demon like him, and a demon who controlled the true demon chi. True devil chi was a type of devil chi that could only be cultivated by the royal family of the devil race. Only by cultivating the techniques of the royal family of the devil race could one cultivate true devil chi. In other words, this young man was a member of the royal family of the devil race. Royal family members only existed in the devil realm and the devil race. However, this was the divine martial continent of humans. How could there be members of the devil race's royal family here? Only a small number of martial emperors and demons knew about the chi of true demon, and this 7th heaven martial emperor happened to be one of them. How do you want to die? Li Lingtian said coldly without any expression on his face. The 3 exquisite blood-red lotuses on his glabella flickered slightly, making him look extremely demonic. His aura was calm, but it brought a supreme pressure to the 7th level martial emperor realm demons. Please spare my life. I can be loyal to you and bring you to the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. The 7th heaven martial emperor's heart was ashen. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. Even if he resisted, he was simply looking for trouble in front of the true demon chi. True devil chi and ordinary devil chi were like true chi and true essence of humans. The two were on completely different levels. I recommend a classic fantasy work written by the Ninth Master, the Celestial Devil. It's definitely a divine work and worth reading. In Marquis Jiang's residence, the fourth-generation descendant, Ning Xiaochuan, was killed in a single palm strike while fighting over a beautiful silver medal courtesan in a brothel. When he was sent to the cemetery to be buried, he was resurrected and climbed out of the coffin because of the arrival of a visitor from outer space. Fate changed. A drop of divine water could manifest a world of all races. With a wave of the demonic sword, it cut through the 3,000 prosperous universes. When the gods and devils reached the sky, they would become the supreme beings of the world for 3 days. Chapter 513, Fog Sea, 1. Chapter 513, Fog Sea, 1. Heavenly Devil Tower. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as he stared coldly at the seventh heaven martial emperor. This place was a secret place to suppress demons, but he did not know what the Heavenly Demon Tower was. Could it be the most mysterious Supreme Devil Tower in Yuzhou Province? His heart thumped. These demons should be here for that heaven-reaching demon tower. Updated on B0xN0VL. Calm, that's right. The Heaven Ascension Devil Tower has opened. It's said that the experts of the demon race, human race, and even the demon race are heading to the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. The human race and the demon race want to stop us demons from obtaining the treasures in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. That's why we demons entered the Demon Tower on a large scale. The seventh heaven martial emperor devil race did not suspect him. The young man in front of him must be a super expert of the devil race. He did not know about the Devil Tower and should be cultivating. His tone was extremely polite and he even set the internals and humans against each other. This way, Li Lingtian would not kill him. I see. You can leave now. Li Lingtian's face revealed an TC expression. With a tap of his hand, a strange finger force that ignored the distance between them pierced through the seventh heaven martial emperor's chest in an instant. Black blood flowed out of the bloody holes, and the wounds spread in front of the finger force. In the blink of an eye, the seventh heaven martial emperor from the demon clan turned into a stream of demonic chi and disappeared from the world. This was the power of the 9 heavenly demonic finger. Li Lingtian glanced at the storage pouch on the ground and grabbed it with one hand. A jade slip appeared in his hand, and his divine sense moved. His face revealed a satisfied expression. His body strangely disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. He did not expect it to be so easy to kill a seventh heaven martial emperor. However, he finally understood why the devil race was so powerful. He had dealt with the demons quite a few times, but it was very difficult to kill them each time. It turned out that the demon race's skills and cultivation were countless times more powerful than humans. The true demon god-destroying palm just now had severely injured a 7th-level martial emperor with a casual strike, and the 9 heavenly demon finger had rendered a 7th-level martial emperor powerless. There was dense demonic chi everywhere in the demon suppression sect. There was not a trace of spiritual chi. However, Li Lingtian was like a fish in water here. After flying for half a day, he finally found a relatively safe cave. After entering the cave, he used his spiritual sense and a few simple restrictions appeared. Demons sealing spiritual array. Li Lingtian stopped as he cast the last spell. The appearance of this array formation could isolate the demonic chi outside, and only fresh air could enter. He wasn't worried about himself, but he had to think about Shan Mei, Tang Zimeng, and Xian Yuan Yingying. Little White was a dragon, so it could naturally resist the demonic chi. It was not afraid of the demonic chi. Big Brother Ling Tian. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the divine dragon ring was activated. Xian Yuan Yingying and the other 3 appeared in front of Li Lingtian and greeted him happily when they saw him. During this period of time, Li Lingtian's divine consciousness did not enter the divine dragon ring and neither did they come out. Now that he was out, he was naturally extremely happy. Husband, didn't you encounter a demon expert? You've cultivated a devil race technique? Shun Mei was in a hurry when she entered the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian must have encountered a powerful demon, or else he would not be in such a hurry. Now that Li Lingtian was safe, he felt slightly relieved. However, he immediately noticed the changes on Li Lingtian's body. The three-petal blood-red lotus flower on his glabella was still there, making him look extremely demonic. Yes, I met 9 ninth-level martial emperors and a demon supreme. Li Lingtian then recounted the events of that day, including the cultivation of the Saint Demon's quintessence. Since Shun Mei and the others were his women, there was nothing to hide. Besides, Shun Mei and the others had already known about him. However, he briefly mentioned some dangerous places so that they wouldn't worry. Demon Venerable, I didn't expect you to meet the Demon Venerable. Big Brother Ling Tian, do you think the Demon Venerable is still in the demon suppressing secrets? Big Brother, are we going to the Heavenly Devil Tower? Xianyuan Yingying, Xiaobai, and Tang Zimeng looked at Li Lingtian and asked curiously. Even though they knew how powerful the Demon Supreme was, they were not worried. Even if the Demon Supreme was powerful, he would not be able to do anything to Li Lingtian. Naturally, we have to go to the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. I've cultivated the Saint Demon's quintessence now. As long as I don't reveal my true appearance, even if 9 Demon Venerable is in front of me, he won't be able to recognize me. Li Lingtian nodded. Since he was already here, he would go and take a look. Moreover, it was not easy to get out of this demon suppression sect. Then let's rest here for a few days. You're tired. Shun Mei sized up the cave. It wasn't a small cave, and the few of them could live separately. After that, they began to tidy up the cave. The 4 girls each prepared their own residence. It was convenient for Little White and Xianyuan Yingying. They found a small karst cave and tidied it up. On the other hand, Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng had to tidy themselves up properly. After all, they were not living alone. With Li Lingtian by their side, they had to be prepared. Soon, the 4 ladies were done tidying up. Li Lingtian arrived at the cave that Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng had tidied up. He sat cross-legged on the blanket and began meditating. After all, he had been chased by the 9 demon venerables after escaping from the cold demon city and was seriously injured. After resting for a while and cultivating the Saint Demon quintessence, he did not rest at all. Now that he had found a slightly safer place, he naturally needed to rest first. Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng were also meditating on the blanket. After 2 hours, Li Lingtian opened his eyes again. Big Brother Ling Tian, you should sleep first. Meng Meng and Sister Mei will accompany you. When Tang Zimeng saw that Li Lingtian had finished his cultivation, she slowly stopped and gently removed his clothes before putting them aside. She removed her outer garment and leaned against Li Lingtian. Shun Mei did the same. She removed her light shirt and leaned on Li Lingtian's other side. The 3 of them lay on the blanket to rest. The 2 girls knew that Li Lingtian had been too tired during this period of time. He needed a good night's sleep to regain his energy. She did not pester Li Lingtian but hugged Li Lingtian's arms to sleep. The night was quiet, and the 3 of them slept soundly. Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng were easily satisfied. They were happy as long as they were in Li Lingtian's arms. Li Lingtian and the rest spent the next few days in the cave. Although they could not cultivate, they could regulate their breathing. This was because they were in the demon suppression secrets. There was no spirit chi but only demonic chi. The fresh air in the cave was also provided by Li Lingtian's anti-devil spiritual array. Otherwise, there would not even be fresh air in the cave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Cece, cece. Roar, roar, roar. In the dark night of demon suppression, sounds of air being torn apart could be heard from time to time, as well as the roars of demonic beasts. Originally, there were very few experts who set foot in the demon suppression secrets. Now, countless demon and human experts had arrived. After Li Lingtian left the cave, he wore a relaxed expression. With a swipe of his hand, a silver mask covered half of his face, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. He looked elegant, and there was an additional sense of mystery compared to before. After all, under this mask, no one could see his true appearance. In addition, the aura on his body was strange. As long as he did not use any cultivation technique, no one would be able to tell whether he was a human or a demon. In fact, there was no difference between demons and humans. On the contrary, demon men were better looking than humans. It was just that some humans demonized demons. However, there were still countless demons who were no different from magical beasts, tall and mighty. Li Lingtian's body was no longer delicate and pretty, but more devilish. Nothing else had changed. The only thing that made him depressed was the wind-lightning god-slaying slash on his back. He could not refine this wind-lightning god-slaying slash, nor could he put it into his storage bag. Now, she could only carry it on her back. In fact, there were very few such decorations. Previously, Demon Venerable 9 did not notice the weapon on Li Lingtian's back. Even if he saw Li Lingtian now, he would not know that Li Lingtian was his enemy. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that after the 9 Demon Venerable was injured, he had entered the depths of the demon-suppressing secrets and headed straight for the demonic tower. However, the situation was not looking good. After all, he was injured by Li Lingtian's 9 skies stars. It would not be easy for him to recover so quickly. Furthermore, he had been injured by traceless spacetime and his wound had not healed yet. For half a month, Li Lingtian held the jade slip in his hand as he flew in one direction. This jade slip was naturally obtained from the storage bag of the 7th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert he had killed. The jade slip contained the secret route to suppress the demons and could directly reach the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. After flying for half a month, they actually arrived at a sea of fog. There was no demonic chi or spiritual chi in this sea of fog. It was like a blank space, but Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless. The fog sea was not a sea area. It was just that the forest and the mountains were covered in thick fog, forming an endless fog sea. In such a place, it was easy to lose one's direction. Even if he had the route in the jade slip, it would not be so easy to find the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Moreover, in the fog sea, the hidden demonic beasts and experts could come out at any time to launch a sneak attack. He had planned to call Shun Mei and the others out, but it seemed impossible now. If they came out, he would have to use all his energy to protect them. Roar! At that moment, a loud roar shook the sky. Li Lingtian's eardrums were almost ruptured. The ground was shaking continuously. There were also 2 demon experts fighting there. It was obvious that 2 demon 8th-layered heaven experts were surrounding a powerful demonic beast. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His body flashed and his aura was submerged in the sea of fog. It was impossible to spot his movements without careful observation. Soon, they arrived at a place not far from the battle. Li Lingtian found a secluded place to hide. 7th rank, 9th grade, blood-eyed magical beast. Li Lingtian looked at the tall demonic beast in the distance and was horrified. A level 7 or 9 demonic beast was as powerful as a 9th-level martial emperor. It was even stronger than a 9th-level martial emperor. I recommend a fantasy masterpiece, Celestial Devil. The 9th manager's product is definitely a high-quality one. In Marquis Jiang's residence, the 4th-generation descendant, Ning Xiaochuan, was killed in a single palm strike while fighting over a beautiful silver metal courtesan in a brothel. When he was sent to the cemetery to be buried, he was resurrected and climbed out of the coffin because of the arrival of a visitor from outer space. Fate changed. A drop of divine water could manifest a world of all races. With a wave of the demonic sword, it cut through the 3,000 prosperous universes. When the gods and devils reached the sky, they would become the supreme beings of the world for 3 days. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.